Hey, party people. How is everybody doing? Let's go and get this show on the road because it's been a long overdue, guys. Let's get the countdown going and let's dive in. That part.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, beautiful people. It has been a minute. How is everybody doing? Damn, you're already getting going. Hey, who have we got in the room? Hey, Margaret. SA? Is that Smara? Hey, beautiful. Hey, Ultra Ego, Certified Princess, Tatiana, Harlem Bakery. I'll check for your donation. Malapele, Shay, Gra, I'ma check for your donations too. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a little list going. We've got the original list somewhere, I guess. There's another list. There's list upon list upon list. Damn. We got some stuff going down, y'all. It's already going on. Let me get this space as far as these cards together for y'all. But how's everybody doing? How's it been? I'm going to start all of these lists just so that I have some sort of inclination of what is going on. Yep. I think that those are the two lists that we've got going at the minute. So I guess we picked back up a new list. They did say something about a list being developed whilst we're on live, so I guess they were giving a pre-warning, so we got a little bit of a heads up. I'm glad we were able to act quickly on that. That's why y'all are my peoples. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sami. Girl, I feel like not the best. My solar plexus is going through a little bit of how can I put it, a congestion on the highway. I'll put it like that. There's lots of information traffic going through my processing in my solar plexus at the minute, so my digestion's been off. I've been updating software from like 2-year-old, 3-year-old Shakima. It has been intense for my body, actually. But I'm loving these eclipses because they're kind of like clearing way, but there's just a lot of blockers that are moving through my body at the minute. It's been intense. How have you guys been though? How's life been lifing y'all? Because there is tea. I'm telling you, there's been so much going on out here. Okay. And let's get this deck as well, just in case. Oh, I didn't go live last week, Ultra Ego. I actually ended up canceling. This is the continuum of such. I finally managed to sort of get back into the space today, but it's a challenge. I don't have any days off anymore. I work every day. Even today is a day of work. So I have moments of rest, and I had to sort of take a nap before I came into the space today. 2024 is no joke in preparation for those 2025 timelines. So it's been pretty intense, to say the least, but good problems, y'all. Shit. Don't let my, updating seem like a complaint. It is good problems. Okay. Those problems are going to come regardless. No manifestation's perfect, but it's always with the best intentions in mind, which is kind of like the clause to the non-perfection law, if you will. because it's perfect for those involved. Okay, so let me go and check in on the chat and see my peoples and see how y'all are doing. I didn't even know you were going live. I've been trying to get on the list for months now. I'm so sorry, Kayla. I'm sorry, beautiful. I will pray on that for you guys. Can we get Kayla in on the remit of some stuff? And yeah, let's get me optimized enough to be able to maintain capacity as well, because I hope to be able to do more for you guys. I am the problem. I have to get better at doing one questions, which means I can hold a larger capacity, bigger bandwidth, all that good stuff, but I'm working on it. So we'll stick a pin in me, but we'll ask them to sort of try and get you in on the list. I'm sorry, girl. Oh yeah, we did lose the original. I think I saw it earlier when I did sort of put the memo out earlier today, I think. But I guess we lost that too, because they were saying to me, are you sure you don't want to screenshot that? I'm like, no, it'll be fine. I guess. They also already gave a heads up that we might have to get one going as soon as we sort of get into this space. So I'm glad that y'all was on top of that. You gotta go Sarah at the top. Yeah, 100. I was second on the original list. Yeah. I know. I did see your name in there, Ultra Ego. There was a lot going on in there. Smara, I think, was there first as well. There was so much. No, the original was lost. That list is from yesterday. Okay. Shakima, by the way, I'm on the timeline since the last reading. I've been at my new job for 3 weeks, and a lot of things came true. What you said on my last read. Damn, you're gonna have to update me, because half the time I jump in on these timelines to get what y'all need. But you're gonna have to remind me. We'll see how much of it is still captured in my archives. Okay. Yeah, I didn't come on last week because she was busy or sick, I think. So yeah, I'm still busy and sick. It's still a thing even now in this space. Like I said, my digestion's navigating through some lagging in my processing. I've got lots of information that is coming to crown, but it's congested in my solar plexus. So it's not circulating through my Merkaba as it needs to. It's stuck in places, and it's causing a little bit of delay and lagging in my digestion as a result. Am I still on the list? Sterling, I do not know. We're going to have to figure that out. Since I'm not on the original list, can I be added to the standby? That part, yes. Okay, I've literally been trying to get... Oh, girl, I feel so bad for you. Hey, Firefly Magic, how you doing? Let's say Ash 13, have a copy of the list, okay. Hey, donated beautiful on PayPal, under JT. Okay, I'm gonna go and check in on the donations. Let's do that. And try and see if we can get some sort of order in the midst of this chaos, right? We love dancing in the rain of chaos, don't we, guys? That's why we're here. Oh, golly gosh. Okay, let's see. We do have a couple of donations. We've got JT, and I'm about to sneeze. Oh, thank you. Okay, let's get the show on the road. And we've got another donation, Harlem Bakery. We do have both donations, so let's get those on the list as well, if we can, please, guys. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. Okay. What list are we going by? Today's list or last time list? I don't think we have last time's list. Crystal. Okay, you sent me a list. Ash sent me a list on IG. Okay, that's why y'all are my peoples. Thank you, girl, for getting the download, because I was like, yeah. I believe that it's going to be fine, but I'm glad that you guys had the backup on that. Okay, so was this the list from yesterday? the list from yesterday. Okay. On the list from yesterday, we've got Certified Princess, Firefly, Magic, Sami, Ash 13, Malap, K, SA, Sterling, CC, Sagittarius, Ultra Ego, and Braveheart. Okay. Okay. That's the list from yesterday, guys. Okay. Damn, we've lost a lot of lists. There's a lot of waves that I missed. I'm sorry, guys. I have just been killing the overtime as well. I'm like working in a matter of hours at this point too. So gonna try and manage the waves. Thinking on how to navigate the space. Some people may not be here on the old list, that part. Okay, so old list. We've got Certified Princess, Firefly Magic, Sami, Ash 13, Malapele, K, SA, Sterling, CC, Sagittarius, Ultra Ego, Braveheart. Okay, so, right, can we get, hold on, sorry. I'm like 4 minutes behind on the chat. Damn, there must be so much going on. Ash, that is from yesterday. Can we start a new rule about starting the list after the live started, or maybe play a game to get on the list? Just to be fair, that's cute. I like that playing a game thing. You know, I'm corny like that. I'll have to think about like how we can sort of like incorporate some stuff like that. I think I also need to sort of be out here a little bit more as well, because I wasn't supposed to be in corporate. I was actually supposed to be doing this, and I made a request to alter my timeline, I guess. So I'm basically like serving you guys short, and I'm sorry about that. I really am going to try my best, because I did say to them I'd keep the purpose basically path as well. I'm struggling, y'all. I'm already human. I will get there. Okay. Just bear with me. Yes, Harlem Bakery, I've got your donation as well. Ricky, on a list, maybe this list today, not probable because we're already going through a mess. But nice to meet you. Hey, welcome to the family. This is a mess, y'all. Certified Princess is here. Okay, so I'm gonna check to see who is here. I think we might need to update the list in. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take it upon myself to move through the list very quickly. We're gonna get a list together, 15 on the list today. They're like, okay, we'll do 15. I'm going to have to basically, can I get a hey in the chat, right? For everybody that's here at the minute, we're going to go with 15 on the list. Kayla, I think obviously we're trying to sort of work with the dynamics as well. Oh, thank you. It's the whole vibe. We're clubbing over here. Club CC, yes. But it's a whole mess. We're trying to sort of organize the chaos. Why was I? Yeah, got that download before we got in here. Actually, Ari, literally about 3 minutes before we got in here, I got that download on your end. I don't know why. Beautiful. I think it's something that the guys want me to look into to maybe understand how I can get a bigger eyes and capacity. I just don't know if I'm ready for that yet, even though I say, you know, put me on, guys, put me on. I'm not ready. I literally did not get a notification that you're going live. Yeah, I did get that download. I'm fully certified princess. Okay, there we are. Okay, and Braveheart. Okay. We'll get a list of 15 together, guys. they're expanding the list one night only. Okay, we're gonna see how I do. I'm getting a trial, guys. Let's keep me focused. I'm wondering if it's a time difference because we're on the other side of the world. I don't know. I think I have to figure some of these variables out as well, because they are going to try and put me on like next year. That's the timeline that we're working on. This year I've just got so much. It's work, and it's a struggle. Okay. It's always going to be confusing if it continues like this. I know it is always going to be confusing, and I see the dilemma there. And I do think that we do have to organize a situation once we go on. I think they've sort of put it out there a few times, and I know that everybody's kind of like trying to get in on the list, but the list gets closed after a certain period of time. So I think they're pushing for that. And you are right, Kayla. So thank you for being an advocate and a voice for that. It is a voice of reason, because this dynamic isn't working for long term. It's a short term scope. And when Saturn goes retrograde next month, we're really going to feel it then. So we are going to have to get ahead of that. And I do think that we probably should start getting the lists together when we get into the space here. I've been sort of putting that out there to pre-prep us. We've just been on old habits, if you will. So the pattern had been that. Hopefully we can sort of, get a different dynamic sort of going forward, because 2024 is letting us know what is and isn't working. Exposure. It's like snapshots. Say cheese. Listen, Spirit is doing a whole bunch. In absolute love and compassion, many blessings to all. Peace, peace, peace be with you. Glory be to God. We are going home. See it, believe it, believe, believe, believe. All will be okay. You are loved. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a nice little, yeah, thank you for that. Sharing some love and sprinkling some of that in this little garden. We appreciate you for that seed. Manisha. Okay. Braveheart, aka Mina, asked to be added before. I was on the last list, but she updated. So yeah, I know I did see you on the list at some point, Ori. There's been several lists. It is getting confusing, and we are going to just get some structure in this little queendom that we're having, and figure it out moving forward. So we've spent 17 minutes of our time looking through the chaos and the mess that is. There's another list. Let me start that as well and have a look at the lists in comparison and see what we can do to get some stuff up to date. Okay, we've got the donation list. Shay and Harlem are on there. We've got the original list as well. Okay, that was the most original list. We've got Certified Princess on that. So this is that list, right? This is the most up-to-date list that Ash has kind of like put together. We're going to add on the standby list. Okay, so I said we're going to do about 15. How many have we got there? There's no more donation list. Donation list is closed, so we're going to close the donation list. We're going to add Kayla. Okay, Kayla, your prayers are being answered fairly quickly. Okay, we're moving quickly on that one. And I did see Crystal Davis on the list at some point as well. So we're going to add that list of, how many have we got? 15? Would that be 15? Sorry, my mind's gone even. Hold on, y'all. I haven't even like come back to the live chat to see what's going on there yet. Bear with me, guys. Okay, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And okay, so we're gonna have Crystal Davis or added on. We're gonna add on Ari. I know that she was on the original list as well. And who else did I say? Kayla Tillett. She has been trying for a minute to get onto the list. And she's out here as one of my moderators who helps out with you guys quite a fair bit. And then let's go back to the chat. and see where we are. Let's go back and see where we are with everything. Right. Okay. Grace, we're working through some family politics at the minute. I doubt you'd be able to get added onto the list, to be honest. Yeah, we're kind of like updating that at the minute. Okay. So, all good, beautiful. I know that there's a few of us there. So, Braveheart is going to be coming back into the space, I guess. Mina's going to be there. I don't know if she'll make it. They are telling me that the timing might be a little bit tricky, but this is a situation for her to sort of see. I don't know if the question is all the way unpacked just yet for us to be able to sort of like dive into it as well. So that's a stick a pin in it, but we'll keep that's her name, I guess, on the list of 15 that we're now doing. Oh, damn. I'm going to have to be quick as well, y'all. So don't take it personal. We're going to unpack, but we're going to be unpacking in a smaller bandwidth. So Crystal Davis added to the list. Ari and Kayla Tillett. And sorry, I'm trying to go back to see if there was... I don't know if Riki's still here. Maybe they could have gotten somewhere. But yeah, we'll go with that for now. And then we'll kind of work with it because I've also got the donation list open to start with. The donation list is closed. So if we can, Ash, we'll add Kayla Tillett, Ari, and Crystal Davis onto the what is perceived to be the standby list, but it's a list that I'm going to be going to as well. And we'll sort of work with the list that way. Now, moving forward, there are no lists. The list is going to be created when we go live to avoid this chaos. We're smarter than this at this point. I know, like, we create the lists and get into that, I guess, process as a way to be able to organize ourselves, but it's actually causing more challenges than solving a problem now. So we're going to have to obviously change up that dynamic. We've been asking for it for a little bit. The people have been screaming and shouting, even in spirit, about it for a minute. So moving forward, that is sort of the dynamic that we're going to have to work with to be able to just make sure as soon as we get into the space, we get in, we do a roll call, whoever's here, the first 10, that's it. Then the donation list is open. And we'll just work the room that way moving forward. So we can just all stay on the same accord and it doesn't take up too much of our time because this is 20 minutes of our time already trying to organize the chaos. Yeah, this is, again, other ways that we're learning how to be able to optimize the whole process that we're sort of working through. Right, now all of that awesomeness being said and out the way, let's go and dive into some stuff. We've got Shay first on the list, donation. Let's get your question, Malap. We're going to go and make this make sense moving forward. But I hope you guys have been good for the most part. I think the list looks pretty healthy. And I think most of the people on the list are actually here. So we're going to try our best to sort of get through this really quickly. Yeah, Shay, I did get your stuff for 2 questions. So let's dive into your stuff. Let's unpack it and let's get the show on the road. Okay, let me do a smudge in the meantime as well so that we can move through the communication channels fairly quickly without any congestion in this space as well. Okay. Okay, love 2024. Listen, romance class is definitely going to be interesting this year. So, what on that one? Okay, don't worry. Last deck. We've got a few cards out, guys, to see what we can get as far as answers on some stuff. So let's dive into that. Shay's first question. Okay, so what's coming in, love, for Shay this year? What do you guys see? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Oh, we've got all introverted energy. Interesting. Okay, let's have a look and see. Okay. Okay. We're going to talk, girl. Thank you, beautiful. Let me start that list before I do anything else, just so that I put that there on the process. You know, don't worry, girl. It's not bad. We're just gonna talk. We're gonna talk. And this is why my stuff generally sort of like goes on the way it does. Okay, so sorry. A couple of things that I saw straight off the bat of the dynamics of the situation that's kind of like taking place. So, in romance, you have a pattern of dealing with manipulation. It tends to be a aspect of the dynamics that you sort of navigate through when it comes to romance dynamics, and when they sort of play out for yourself. So that's pretty much the undertone of what is going to be transpiring for you. I do see that there will be at least two potentials, and there'll be chemistry there. However, the dynamics of the situation is that there's a little bit of scarring from the manipulation of the past situations, that keeps you in a state of defense, that keeps you in a state of being a little bit guarded. And it's almost like you plan for these things of the future, but you have to manage your anxieties in navigating through them for the most part, basically. There is some trust issues because of the scarring from the manipulation that was experienced previously. And there's a willingness, I guess, to want to move beyond what feels like I'm getting past them. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. And the dynamics of the situation, I do think that you're, you know, doing better throughout 2024. But I think really the real anchoring of romance for you will actually be on your 2025 timelines. I want to say autumn of 2025. And that's just me being honest, girl. But I'm glad that you asked about now for this year, because this is leading you to there, right? So we're going to dive back in and sort of like put this whole thing into perspective. I think the timeline of the 2025 that they're giving in terms of the autumn, sort of, that's autumn would be sort of like September period essentially, of 2025 is really where you feel the safety, because this scarring that you're navigating through, it kind of like, as you move forward, it brings you back at the same time as you move forward. It's like 2 steps forward, 3 steps backwards, and then encaved as well. So it gets a little bit challenging for you to actually like move into like the perception, right? The experience that you want to have on romance because of those scarrings. And I do think you're working through it. And I think that this year is definitely the year of working through it. But I think we have quite a bit of internalized energy here that must surface basically and come up and out. And that's going to sort of create space. It's not to say that you're going to meet the person by next year. I think, like I said, there's 2 people that I see sort of like coming into the scope for you potentially this year, like love interests, like probabilities, right? They are, the universe is giving you options to weigh up to decide what path you want to take, and each path is going to lead to a different unfolding of some nature of that healing, that the scar tissue of the residue of the manipulative relationship that you experience. Now, one person's coming in July. They seem to be the most probable for that timeline in September next year. It feels like a little bit of a non-starter in terms of the dynamic with that individual initially, which is why I think it takes, or at least it lingers on till September of next year, where it really is able to sort of get some sort of anchoring. And there's also somebody else that sort of like comes into the mix, I guess, as I wouldn't necessarily call it a distraction. It feels like that in the dynamic. It's a distraction to the connection with this person that sort of comes in. I think that the distraction potentially is not new, because they seem like a revisit in May of some sort next year as well. This connection kind of between this individual that's coming in July, it's elongated, but I think it's because they themselves, they tend to be quite passive, and they are kind of like relaxed in their pursuit of you. And I think yourself as well. Like I said, you're still navigating through the scar tissue, so it gives you enough time to be able to navigate through your own thing process, and it gives them some time to be able to optimize in their ability to delegate within the relationship dynamic, which there's still more of the I don't want to say beta, but they are okay to basically like be delegated to, as opposed to be a delegator. And they don't really have a problem with it. They are more sort of like a team player sort of situation for the most part, but sometimes it can seem like they're, uninterested, and it's not necessarily the case. I think they initially, I guess, just need some leadership on being delegated to, because they themselves struggle to be able to like move, I guess is the best way that I can put it. They know what needs to be done, but sometimes they get in their own way, and they have an issue themselves with procrastination. They live up here. Sometimes they can get caught up in the higher realms of the chakras, like the crown and third eye, and they can be in their Neptunian energy quite a bit because of that. So I guess it takes you guys a little bit of time to really be able to kind of like move through the process of getting to that like solidified, exclusive, this is what we're doing, and like more comfortable situation. Yeah, it seems like for the most part the distraction, and I have to call it a distraction because it's a disruption to that initial connection, but that connection seems to outlive the distraction of the incoming individual in May. Yeah, because it's almost like basically once you break through, so you're going through your own process of like, unpacking your stuff, and as you break through different layers, it seems like the individual that resurfaces in May, there is some sense of familiarity. So I don't necessarily think that they're new, but I think they do come with some old habits, which is when the universe is pretty much going to be asking you, like, are you still this person? Before you, it's kind of like the testing before you go into that solidifying with the individual that comes in July, essentially. Right. Let's see what's the advice for you on that. And let's sort of close out that question and move on to the next one. Okay, what is the advice for a girl? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so they are saying the advice for you on this is you're sort of navigating through that path, like finding the right balance with being assertive, right? And I guess one of the factors of like your scarring process of the previous manipulative situation is that you may have grown a tendency to be a little bit controlling, and this is what this advice on the situation is. That's why you're being given a counterpart that is open essentially to delegation, but control they don't necessarily respond to too well. And instead of it being a stimulus, it's a hindrance. And those types of things can cause a little bit of calamitous clashing. They're like it causes a calamity. So it becomes very stormy in terms of the communication. So you're finding the right balance between your assertion and letting go of some of the, I guess, the scar tissues of the past manipulative situations that has conditioned you to feel the need to be in control of. You find that there's a co-captain who can also captain the process of the dynamics with you. Okay, but their approach is different. They said their approach is a little bit more relaxed, which gives you like the opportunity to be more of the one who speaks up in essence, which is something that, because you've already been conditioned from the previous situation, that's the perfect balance, because you can't go back to the passive person that you were before. You're no longer that person. That's what that experience taught you, and you needed to grow in those ways. So we're not going to discount that, but we are going to find the right balance in it to be able to maintain a healthy relationship dynamic. Okay. Right, so hit me with question number 2, girl. I hope that that was useful for you. And we're going to go and unpack some stuff. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. While she works on her second question as well, I would say, Harlem, start getting your question ready as well, because we're going to get onto you sort of soon enough. We're going to go, if you don't mind, Harlem, if you're still in this space, we're going to go quickly to one on the free list because the free list is excessive as well. But that's how we've also been doing the donation list. So we're going to go to one on the free list just quickly, and then we'll come back to you, Harlem, and then we'll just focus on the free list moving forward, guys. Sidebar. Okay. Let's look into that for you, Mama. What is David's next actions towards me in March? He is a crush. Okay. Let's see. David's next actions towards our girl Shay. What can you guys see? What's David's next actions towards Shay? Thank you. Okay. Not much by the looks of it. They seem to be, yeah, there seems to be some restrictions going on in that situation. Is there communication between you guys at the minute? Because there seems to be a little bit of a holding off dynamic from what I can see here. Answer that question whilst I go and unpack some stuff for the quotes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, David's not going to be doing much of anything from what I can see. There's not necessarily any reconciliation as such, so I don't necessarily think that they are going to be revisiting the space, but I do think that there may be a situation where do you guys live in the same city or location or vicinity? Clarify that little aspect for me, because they're showing me there might be sort of like crossing paths, but there isn't necessarily a engagement of such. There isn't really an interaction as such. Yeah, you might see them, but I don't know that there would be a revisiting of a situation in terms of like really engaging. Yeah. Yeah, you might see them, but not anything sort of like really sort of coming from that as such, right? From what I can see here, a little bit of restrictions on the situation as well. So you see them out and about. You guys might have a little bit of a, as they like to call it here, a chin wag. Okay, you guys might have a chat, but as far as that, nothing else beyond that from what I can see. Yeah, I think from his end, there's some restrictions on the situation. Yeah. From his end, there's some restrictions on the situation. I don't know what the dynamic is as far as taken, not taken. I don't get the sense that they're fully taken, but I get the sense that it's complicated on their end. And with those restriction variables, yeah, it's more of a, hey, how you doing dynamic, as opposed to anything else. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Thank you for opening space and bearing with us tonight. Harlem, you didn't let me know if it was okay. Can we get who is it? Can we get Certified Princess's question next, Harlem? Is that okay? That's okay, beautiful. Thank you for sharing space with us. Can we get Certified Princess's question out the way quickly so that we can bless the free list quickly? And then we'll sort of like come back into the space and unpack yours. Thank you. Okay, Certified Princess, it's showtime. Let's get your question going. Okay. That's what's up. Okay. What good news is coming towards me soon? Oh, that's nice. I like those questions. Okay. No. Okay. Let's talk about the good news that's coming to our girl Certified Princess soon. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Safa. The free list is closed, I'm afraid. Donation list is closed as well. We already had a list nightmare tonight, but I don't even know when I'm going to be back here, to be honest with you. Subscribe and keep an eye out, I guess, on the community tab. I'll get back into the groove of putting the word out when I'm going to go live there again, because we're going to be creating the list when we go live moving forward. So yeah. Hey, Shadow, how you doing? Let's dive into this a little bit more here. Hey, Manor, you know the list is closed. Come on, you know how we do. You're fairly familiar with the process over here. The list is definitely deeply closed, and we've got so much sort of going on. Everybody from the list is here, but I guess we could get a standby list together if anybody isn't necessarily here for their read by the time we get to them. So maybe let's start getting a standby list together, but the standby list doesn't guarantee that you're going to get a read, guys. It just means that if anybody misses their spot on the free list, you can get an opportunity to get onto the list from the standby list. Okay. Clarify. Oh, this is a whole story, is it? Thank you. Certified Princess, just want to have a quick check. Have you experienced a third-party situation previously? I'm just asking the question so I can put everything into perspective that is going on in the cards, so I can highlight some details or factors for you. Hey, Aria. How are you doing? Hey, Mina, Braveheart. How are you doing, my love? Thank you, Certified Princess, because I wanted to understand the dynamic of what they were speaking about with the blocked energies. And I wanted to understand if it was coming in a third party dynamic. So let me just sort of take it all in, because we've got the initial story and the client clarifying cards is a whole skit. So let me just take that in for you, and I'll be able to sort of, let me download it and then I'll upload it to you, basically. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So a couple of things that they're sort of like showing me with the dynamics as far as like good news coming your way. There's, I guess this is why it's a little bit of a process. There's some sort of I guess situation that you've kind of dealt with a, I want to say a friendship dynamic. Did you do business of some sort with friends? I want to sort of get an understanding of where they're sort of like going with this, if it's a past thing or something moving forward, so I can understand the scoping of this question to you, Certified Princess. Ultra Ego said, hopefully I can stay awake. Hopefully you and me can both stay awake, okay? That part. Yes, Certified Princess. Okay. No business with friends. There may be a situation on that sort of coming up. It's not necessarily friends per se. It's, I guess, friendly people situation. There's some sort of discussion about an opportunity that's sort of coming up in the process, I want to say, of like between the next 3 to 5 months, but then it's something that kind of like lingers on for 8 months as far as like the completion of that. And it's kind of like good news, but it's lagging. Like it takes a while for it to ground itself. But the reason that there was sort of, I had to ask all of these dynamics and situations as well. I had to sort of get an understanding of what sort of comes along with the dynamics, because there's lots of different aspects of the situation. So there's two people that are going to be sort of like coming in to approach about this opportunity to potentially do something together. Is it a job situation? I'm going to say business. Are you looking for work at the minute? Because I want to say business, but it may be work related. I'm trying to understand that. Answer me there if you're looking for work at the minute, so I can understand fully what they're sort of speaking on there. And they're showing me the dynamics of how things. Okay. Well, there'll be something sort of like a coming up for you. Keep doing what you're doing in terms of the looking. There is what seems like a missed opportunity. So there may be a sector that you had overlooked, potentially, where you're going to find like the reevaluating of wanting to go back into that space. You'll be able to kind of like be propelled a lot quicker, basically. It's probably the best way that I can put it. It's like you're looking for stuff now, and I think you're kind of like I wouldn't say all over the place, but it's expansive, right? The options that you're sort of like going for, but there is a previous skill set that you've acquired, basically. And donations are closed as well, Mina. Donations are closed as well. We're going to sort of like just to make sure that we get through the list in essence as well, because we're going to actually we're going to do the standby list as well, in essence, because everybody is here, I think. And then people are coming in as well. So when they come in and ask, they can go on a standby list if they want. But more than likely, I don't think that we'll get to them, but it's just kind of there, just in case somebody does miss their spot. Sorry, sidebar certified princess, multitasking. But yes, there's a situation where your skill set's in it. Will give you an opportunity to be fast tracked into management dynamics, basically. I think you have enough of a skill set to be able to. So within the 3 months, I guess, the job appears. Within a couple of months of being in that situation, there are, I guess, it's almost like the opportunity presents itself, or there's like an opening for you to sort of like see the opportunity for you to be able to be fast tracked a lot sooner. And 3 months following that is where you recourse onto that path, and it seems like a space that you're comfortable in, and it seems like something that moves very quickly for you as well. A lot of your skill sets are going to be sort of like needed. It's almost like when you get into the role, when you get into the job, the role isn't necessarily like a thing just yet, but once you get into the role and you start doing certain things and looking at certain things, and they start looking and doing certain things, this role opportunity presents itself. So then you'll kind of like be on a new course fairly quickly, and that's where you'll kind of like feel a little bit more stable with the situation. So basically by the start of next year, it's a new role and a new dynamic, a new situation dynamic. Safa, unfortunately, the free and donation lists are closed, my love. Yeah. Shrinwanti? I hope I said your name correct, but the free and the donation list is closed as well, my love. We're going to be in for a long night tonight as well, so we're trying to move through the process fairly quickly. But tune in, subscribe and hit the notifications so that you can know when I do go live, because I really can't tell you these days. It's a challenge. That's the best I can advise. I've got my intentions, but then life has its own plans for me. So yeah. What's the advice then for our girl? Thank you. Okay. Release that, not the right time to ask for help from others. You'll get an unlikely heir initially, but you'll have some great changes sort of taking place within the next few months. We've given a pretty, direct timeline in terms of how things may sort of like play out. So yeah, it's a revisiting old skills. So it may not have been, I cannot get a job for 6 years. Oh, Safa, I'm sorry to hear that. There might be some blockers that you might need to work through, some money belief blockers. I am struggling. I'm not even lying. I'm struggling, Mina. Even as I'm like speaking, there's like acid reflux it feels like going through me at the minute. The energy in my body is not moving too well, but we move. You know how it is. I couldn't not be in this space for another week. I needed to get some sort of momentum going before these tides passed me by. So yeah, here I am, regardless. And yes, certified princess. They said this is now an opportunity for you to basically like relive some old skill sets. And it's going to give you an opportunity to really be able to accelerate really quickly within your new area of interest. Okay. Thank you, my love. Harlem, you are up. Thank you, SA. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay. I feel you. You can skip the standby list, love. Look after yourself, please. Yeah, no, you're good. It's not going to be going anywhere. I have to basically learn how to do both. My human's pretty much navigating through. I was saying to the guys, basically, I'm processing a lot through the crown. There's a lot of updating of like the timelines for this year. There's a lot of work basically that I have to do. So my physical body is being worked for my 2024 timelines. My downloads are basically coming through for my 2025 timelines. And the processing of all of that whilst my body's in like a constant state of working. I don't have a day of rest anymore, not even one day of the week. I have periods or moments that I can have rests. And that's about it, because that's what the 2024 timelines kind of like require in terms of grafting. But after that, on the 2026 timelines, it goes back a little bit more like, you know, it's not as bam, 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 bam. It's a different dynamic. So I just kind of have to ride the waves whilst it's here for a little bit, pretty much. Yeah, but at least I'm conscious of it. Listen, this is a lot that we're all sort of like going through. I'm just literally telling you because like I'm saying to you, for a lot of people that are going through digestion issues at the minute, they're not aware that this is what's like some of the dynamics that's going on in their stuff. Like at the minute as well, I'm also updating money blockers from like my lineage hard drive. So that goes back to like my blueprint from in the womb, and I'm updating that as well. My gestation's different because of that, because I'm moving into a different path of processing information as well, like lots of different things. This is why I actually need to start getting out here as well and actually like putting this type of content out in terms of allowing for us to normalize the human updating software process, because we get so lost in the illusion we actually like think we're these bodies. So, but listen, I love my little body, Shakima. I tell you guys all the time, she's one of my favorite humans. But yeah, we're a little bit removed from the process of what goes on. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay. Harlem Bakery. You can take another 2 persons, kiddo. Oh, okay. Damn, sorry, my love. I thought that was your question. Okay, so I can take another 2 people on the free list. Okay. Harlem's gonna wash up the kiddo. Okay. So let's go back onto the free list and see who is next, and we'll sort of like take it from there. Let me see. Let me start the list as well. Okay, Firefly Magic, you're up. It's your go, right? It's showtime. Let's get your question. And then Sami, we've got you next on the list. And then I guess if Harlem gets back in by then, we'll kind of go back to them. And if not, we'll move on to Ash as well. Okay. Firefly Magic said, here's my question. I gave Scorpio a big hint. I was interested in him. So I think he sort of knows. Where is he at with his energy for me? Okay. Scorpio's energy towards Firefly magic. Where is he at? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mina. Okay, interesting. Clarify. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Oh, God, here we go. I'm going to go and grab that in a second. My bad, y'all. Because that's going to drive me up the wall. So let me go and get it beforehand, actually. Yeah, I'm going to go and get it beforehand. Bear with me, y'all. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to go and sort out the little carbon monoxide thingy. It does its own thing every so often. So from what I can see on the situation, it doesn't really seem like their energy has moved some. It seems like they're still being a bit methodical about the situation. They are sort of, I guess, they've got some suppressed feelings on the situation themselves. But it seems like they're kind of being methodical about the way that they're approaching the situation. I don't necessarily think that they're going to come straight out the gate and kind of like be willing to explore something per se, to be honest with you, because that's what the energy is giving. It's kind of like really, we've got the Knight of Pentacles. It's the slowest of all the knights. Like it's almost like I mean, it would be like the equivalent of a turtle sort of like moving. Okay, it's kind of like that Taurus energy. But yeah, it seems like they're still sort of being very, very methodical about the situation. I don't necessarily think that much in essence will change in the dynamics of the space. Yeah. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that. I think that there will be an openness and a willingness to be able to flirt, but that's going to be a case for a good period of time. I don't know that it's going to be one of those situations, you know, like how you would assume that this would spark something that kind of like, you know, gets the chemistry sort of going. It's still a case of overanalyzing potentially on their end as well. Do you know if they have anybody as well? Question to you, or are dating? Okay. Yeah. They seem to be slow moving with the process. Still open to, okay. That might be the complication then. Thank you. Thank you. Because I saw something about a previous empire, basically, and how there's an insecure female that's likely to be triggered with the situation. So thank you for clarifying, because I was trying to understand what that suppression situation is. Yeah, girl, it's complicated. It's complicated. Definitely still open to a good little flirt, but I don't know that they're really going to break past some of the boundaries on that situation, because it feels, yeah, it feels like there's a lot more. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot more to the situation for the most part. I think that it's going to take some time to develop. If it does develop into something, it would take work as well, because they don't necessarily, not necessarily accommodating another, but yeah, it's a bit of it's a complicated situation from what I can see. That's why he's just kind of like, again, just methodical about the situation. Very conservative, doesn't really like give too much hope or promise on a situation, but will flirt with this space and flirt with the idea, basically, of being romantically involved. But the pursuing of such, I don't know that that's a tangible reality as far as you guys' experience. Yeah, let's see. What is the advice for Firefly magic then in navigating the process? Manisha, you're just gonna have to, I guess, if you're not already subscribe and hit the notification so that you're notified when I do come on live, because we're going to be creating the lists when I go live moving forward, so that we can waste a lot less time basically trying to, have discrepancies about the list, and just create a list when we get in here so that we can make the most of the time that we've got. But yes, so their advice for you on the situation, Firefly Magic, is that it's not necessarily the right time, or previous situations where it wasn't necessarily the right time is still the dynamic. That's just the dynamic of the situation, but the health of the situation is going to improve. And you'll recover from, this little situation right here. I'm not gonna lie, this isn't it as far as like what you're. So flirty BG only would be nice. He asked me out. Would be nice if he asked me out. Yeah. Just a little bit of flirting, to be fair. I don't know that it moves into anything tangible beyond that. Yeah. I don't think it does from what I can see on the cards, to be honest. Sorry, my love. I know that's not the news you wanted to hear, but it's the news that's here. Interesting how that one works. But I hope that was useful for you nonetheless. But enjoy the flirt. Shit. Yeah, enjoy the flirt whilst it's sort of there. I think the situation's like really, really sort of like complicated as well. I don't know if you want those problems in your life, to be fair, babe. Just keeping it honest. Okay, I don't know that you want those problems. So consider it the universe's protection. Okay, all good, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, I think I did see Sami put her question up. There we go. And then we have Harlem. When you get back into the space, let us know. Okay. And we will unpack your stuff. Right. I think I'm gonna go and make a cup of tea soon as well, like a digestion tea. I don't even feel like my snacks. Okay, so yeah, Harlem did donate. They donated before we started the live, but I guess the little one did a wee wee, and they're going to wash them up. So they said that we can have like 2 more before them, so they're going to come back in and let us know, I guess, once they're back and ready for the unpacking. Okay. Definitely, but it also sort of like relaxes you to the point of sleep as well. I do have some chamomile, so I'm going to do some ginger and peppermint tea for this one. I'm going to go and get that sorted shortly. You best make sure to keep well and take care of yourself. Yeah, that's why I've been trying to sort of like have a couple of days, because even though I've not been in here with you guys, I've been like, you know, making sure that I'm doing family stuff. Yesterday I was gonna come live. The hubby was here. We were talking business. I had to do his hair. Like, there's no rest. Yeah, I'm gonna go and do some some peppermint and ginger, definitely, just to kind of like move through. I did earlier today, but then I went to sleep, and then as I came back, I got literally back into the same place that I was before I actually went to sleep. So it's interesting. But yeah. Me too, Mina. I've got work at like 7:30 in the morning, so I'm trying my best to sort of move through the list as quickly as I can. So let's dive into the next one. Sami, you keep having dreams. You keep having dreams about what, girl? Listen, I love a good dream analysis, firstly, but also that's where I go and have like my best chats with spirit, because then I'm completely out of my body and absolutely into the field. The other day I came back with lots of messages for people around me. I don't know if you guys like saw the lights flashing there. They love it too. That's where we get to hang out a lot. And they like it for y'all as well, because when we go to sleep, then you know we're out of the body and into the field where we have access basically to infinite knowledge. That's where all life is experienced. So what you been dreaming of? Snap. Yeah, the honey. So this was a situation I've been sort of like taking a back from the honey in tea, even though I am actually going to be creating my own honey as well. That's another thing. That's a sidebar. I'm going to be creating medicinal honey as medicine base. Again, we're moving away from the pharmaceutical industry after 2030, guys. We're still going to utilize them for their equipment to be able to understand what's going on within the human body, but they'll be rebranding things a lot differently, because that's the only way that they'll still be relevant. But honey, if you have honey at a certain temperature, so usually I had the honey in my tea, but there was a whole week where I was literally just putting in the honey as soon as I made the tea. And if you don't know, when you have honey at a certain degree, like at a certain temperature, it basically becomes poisonous. And I did that for like a week, and I literally almost like, I wouldn't say I almost like, signed out, but I was disrupting my immune system and my digestive system. That's actually how my digestive system collapsed initially, because it was from honey. And me basically misusing it, which I'm aware of. I know that honey is not supposed to be, heated at a certain degree. You're supposed to let your tea get to a lukewarm state before you think. But again, my life was busy and I did that. And here I am navigating through the consequences of such. But yes, it did inspire me to create medicinal honey, which can be utilized without any sort of intake through tea or anything like that. So TBC to come. But yeah, dreams of all kinds of stuff. I visited a priest and nuns. Wow. It's like so much. I can imagine, because there's a lot, like spirits talking a lot in terms of the dreams at the minute. That's why I was asking, because we're basically being set up for the Saturn retrograde that's about to come, and all the downloads that are coming in through the dreams at the minute is in preparation for Saturn. And we'll start getting some, once we go through the Saturn upgrades, we'll start getting some updating process ready for the Jupiter retrograde as well later on in the year. It's going to be an interesting year, guys. Trust me. Like the human, I don't know if you guys like can feel it yourselves as well, but the humans, basically the software of the humans being updated at the minute. We're we're being updated to receive more of the soul, because at the minute, because we've been condensed basically into societal dynamics, and we think we're the body, therefore we have become. The soul is getting more downloaded into the human software, into the genetic sequence of the human. So it's going to be like, and the soul actually likes to work, whereas a human likes this like constant state of euphoria. So we are going to basically meet a lot of our fears and overcome them. But it's going to be an interesting ride, guys. But yes, let's dive into Sami's question. What's the message that Sami needs to know, especially with all these dreams coming through? I think she wants to get an understanding of what the message is that she's conveying, because you know what it's like. So a lot of the times when I go into like dream analysis, I'll like get all the information there, and then I'll come back, and then as I come back, I'll forget most of the stuff, and then they'll send like an agent to basically like have a conversation with me to help me to recall stuff as soon as I get back. So can we get some of those for Sami as well? If you don't mind, Sami. Sorry, let me just check with you first if you're okay with that. Because I have like very regular engagement and interaction with like the angels and spirit realm. So this is like a norm for me. I don't want to put anything on you ready for, girl. So let me ask you first if you are ready, because they can present so that you can actually like, because what keeps happening is that, you have these conversations unconsciously. Okay. And then when you come back and you're conscious again, the conscious aspect doesn't recall a lot of the information. But yeah, Sami is okay to sort of go through some conscious updating in her sequential process. So can we sort of like get some agents in to really be able to sort of like dissect in accordance to whatever information she's sort of getting in? We want to get some insight tonight in terms of what you guys have been sort of trying to convey so far. And if we can get that, update sequence moving forward in terms of her pattern, that would be great, so that those agents can allow her to continue to retain more once she's back as well. If this is, how her process is, kind of her updating process, like when you update your software on your phone and you kind of like do it when you go to sleep and stuff like that. It's the same thing basically. When we shut off our human, the soul goes in the software update as far as how much more information is going to come back with the human and all that kind of stuff. So they're going to work on that with you, Sami. And you just stay open, beautiful, and observe the signs, because you'll kind of hear like a mental recall back there, but it's the quiet voices and the unconscious that is really going to be, giving you the understanding of what's happening when those agents show up. You'll hear like a silent whisper. Okay. I don't know why, but I'm quite irritated all the time. Girl, I'm telling you, it's all the static in the field. It's kind of like a clear out that we're navigating through as well. So I hear you on the irritation all the time. It's a great opportunity to show you basically where you are out of the state of neutral, to help you come back into the balance of that neutral. So that's all it is an updating process. Every time you get into the irritation, you have to force to self-regulate emotionally to come back into the state of neutral. You optimize basically your process each time. You optimize your emotional body each time. So sorry about that, but it's a part of the process. But you're doing well, that part, okay? Because you're aware of it. Okay, so what's the guidance? Like, what's the message for Sami in terms of this communication that you guys have been sort of, having a dialogue? What's the message? Okay. What about it? Okay. What about it? Thank you. Okay. 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 So, a couple of things that they're sort of like saying in terms of some of the things that they've been trying to sort of speak to you about is about some of the restrictions that you're sort of like navigating through. They've been trying to sort of give you some inclination into what are some of the things that are holding you, I don't want to say hostage, but holding you stagnant, holding the energy stagnant. They're saying that your intentional aspect, so the mental aspect is fine as far as like you wanting to be able to sort of like move forward on certain things and have certain experiences. There's a romantic blocker. So the ex is navigating their karma and they're projecting a lot of negative energy your way as well. When it comes to just you basically being beyond that situation, now they're having to deal with the karma and they are, hey, Harlem, don't worry, you're up next. So thanks for letting us know. Start preparing your question as well for us. And yeah, so they are navigating through the realization basically of where they have come with certain situations. So there are certain, how can I put it? Their ego doesn't deal with things the same way or to the same capacity that your ego does, right? You dealt with their shortcomings and you were able to overcome and you navigated through the process, with respect to some degree, right? They on the other hand are quite vicious, quite disrespectful, even on an energetic level. They continue to send like negative intentions your way, just basically because it's and I'm not going to say that it's not intentional, but it is unconsciously intentional. It's unconsciously intentional. That's their default setting, basically. You know, like when a kid doesn't get what they want and then they just start basically being a nuisance. It's the same sort of dynamic. So they have regressed to a 4-year-old version of themselves in terms of their behavior in handling the situation that is their karma for their adult decisions. That, however, is causing a little bit of energy resistance in your space on certain aspects as well. So prayer is definitely going to be useful for you in this time as well. Like pray over your space, pray for the individual as well, because you know, what I'd say is that, what I'd say is that they're just going to keep looping on this cycle. Pray for them to like come into this place of acceptance of like their decisions. Pray for them to be able to accept that this may be a better situation for them in terms of their growth as well. And pray for them to be able to sort of see potentially how it may be more beneficial for, I guess, the dynamic of the family situation that you guys sort of like have going on there. And yeah, I think that that's definitely going to be useful for yourself as well. I do think as well, they're sort of like saying that this situation as well, like this energy, isn't like something that's going to be a long term. It's a temporary thing, and it probably has another 6 to 7 months, basically, as far as having any effect, basically, right? Having any effect over the space. I don't know if the individual is going to get to like a place of healing within their heart where they actually move on and stop projecting such negative forces. But yeah, 7 months, it's not necessarily the same situation, and there is some breakthroughs there. And you will be able to sort of see a change in your circumstances 9 months from now, not necessarily with that individual. You won't see not to say you won't see the change in your circumstances with the individual, but it will be a small change with the individual, and you'll see bigger changes starting to trickle out around you. 9 months from now, where the situation, the bondage dynamic of that situation is basically broken. The energy connection and attachment is like it's disrupted, basically. So the channels can move a little bit more freely in terms of what is for you, being able to be received as well. Continue to do your updating as well, because I think that there's a lot of wording and programming that you are unplugging from. Like that individual I projected a lot. They were quite negative in due to their lack of accountability for a lot of things. It caused them to appear and show up quite negatively. So for yourself, there's a lot of mental updating as well that's kind of like taking place in terms of letting go of some of those things that were said that may have attached themselves to some degree and formulated a part of the belief system. Those things are basically going to be uprooted. They're going to be weeded out during the process of particularly Saturn retrograde. And you'll start to see towards the end whether Jupiter retrograde will come in and do the final clear out basically of that updating process for you on an emotional level. So Saturn's going to work on the mental level in the process for you a little bit more as well. But yes, what's the advice for our girl Sami in navigating the process? Okay. Recovery, my love. Okay, that's the advice for you. You're going through a recovery period. And this is your yes season as well. This is the season where, you know, the things that you choose to say yes to, i.e. yourself, is going to be bringing you a recourse, basically. It's kind of like destiny recoursing itself, basically. So yeah, you're going through your recovery period, and this is your yes season. Right. I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. I'm going to go and make a cuppa. I'm going to put on the kettle, at least for a little bit. And I'm going to grab Harlem's question, read that first. And then I'm going to go and do what I was doing. Yeah, thank you, Rena. Okay. Oh, I already had it up. Okay, cool. Thank you, Rena. Okay. Thank you, Sami. Okay, let's see. Okay, not bad. Right, so what's coming towards me in love for the next 6 months? Let's have a little look at it. What's happening in love for our girl Harlem over the course of the next 6 months? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Question, Harlem. So a couple of things that I'm seeing in terms of like romance class, it seems like there's a past situation that you're dealing with. So I'm presuming this is probably BD stuff, baby daddy stuff. Because I see sort of like a King of Cups who's fairly calm about the situation, but there's so much going on in terms of the dynamics. That seems to be taking up a and I see why you say weird as well, because it's so funny. Like they are like it was really interesting with the situation. So what I was saying is that like there's a tendency to avoid like accountability and like responsibility. And that seems to be a little bit of a situation that causes some contention, but at the same time, they still feel like they are even like in competition with any new love that comes in. I'm not gonna lie, girl. So that continues to be a situation. Then they like pretend to be like they're cool, calm, and collected on the surface, but really like the ego be egoing, okay, beneath the surface. So that's why it's very, very contentious, actually. But we'll unpack it. We'll unpack it. Talk to me. Talk to me. What is this about, though? Because if there's a competition, do we have new love in the dynamics and the mixing process? Let's talk about it. 6 months. What do you see on the timeline? Thank you. Okay. I know he does. I know. That's what's so funny. And it's so interesting because, like, he doesn't really sort of like take responsibility for you, if that makes sense, but he wants to make those claims. That's why he's not in the position of, like, yeah, it's weird. It is weird. I think sometimes, you know, we can be a little bit backwards as people. I'm learning. We can be a little backwards. But yes, okay, so let's see. Okay. And what? Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm just taking it all in. And do we have a timeline? Okay. 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 He treated me like I'm on the street, then I walked away. You weird girl. I know. And I can see by the dynamics of the situation. That's why I said that he didn't take responsibility or accountability for anything, but he still has the nerve to like be in competition and then act like he's cool, calm, and collected on the surface, but beneath the surface, the ego is really egoing. I told you who he took me to court and didn't give me all the paperwork, so I have to see him in person. Listen, there's a situation sort of like coming up. I want to say like it's going to be a couple of months or so. I want to say 10 to 11-ish weeks where there's a situation that's coming in. It's more than flirting. It's really heart-to-heart conversations. And I guess BD is going to have to get comfortable with being on the outside looking in. There's going to be some blocked emotions there. There has to be. It's not really one of those situations. This individual that's sort of like coming in, that it's not about like flirty conversations for them. They are open to having heart-to-heart conversations. They themselves are open to heart-to-heart conversations and loves to get to know a person on that level as well. They're pretty confident with the situation. I don't want to say that you guys go public fairly quickly, but I think you guys are seen, I guess, in public in the getting to know stage and phase fairly quickly or early on in the situation, which means that BD probably word gets back to BD. And they have to kind of like process the dynamic of the situation, accept the reality of the dynamic, you know, that they've caused for themselves. But yeah, I don't think that this is something where other people are involved. This seems like this is someone that you meet in a social setting yourself, though, like you're out and about this person, y'all connect, and it kind of like moves on from there. And there's a getting to know each other fairly quickly. You guys fall into each other fairly quickly. And yeah, the first 4 months are going to be quite telling. And I guess like that's where you guys kind of like solidify where you guys are with everything, you know. And I guess you guys decided it's you guys sort of being exclusive from that point. But there's still some calamity, I guess, to come with BD and their ego, I guess, getting used to this new reality, I guess. Which they've only caused for themselves, but you know how it is. People like to play victim to their own manifestation. We do it all the time. It's actually really funny. It is actually really funny, but yeah. I hope that was useful for you though, my love, because it seems like there's some stuff going down in the DMs. Okay. Yeah. They seem to be as well, for the most part. They seem to be quite, they can hold their own. They can hold their own. What's coming towards me in love for the next 6 months? And he was a whole new relationship. And he has a whole new relationship. Okay, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, so your person's coming, girl. Okay, give it a couple of months, and it takes you guys about 4 months or so to actually sort of like get a little bit serious. Like I said, the individual comes in around about 10 to 11 weeks. And from there, you guys kind of like have a lot of heart-to-hearts. And I have big crush on this guy in my area, but too nervous to talk to him. But girl, let's see if we build some confidence over the course of the next few weeks and he's the man on the timeline. That part. Okay. But yeah, I think the situation's actually going to play out by November. You're in a different sort of place with this whole romance dynamic in your space. And stay open as well. Stay open. That's what I'd say to you. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. You've got some stuff to look forward to. Because, a case of timing. Okay. We've got Ash in the building. You're here, beautiful. I haven't seen you in the chat for a minute. I know you haven't seen. That's okay, my love. Thank you for stopping into the space. I'm going to go and put the kettle on. Okay. See if I can get what's going on in my throat. But yeah, Ash, I haven't seen you for a minute. Not sure if you're here. Malapele, I haven't seen for a minute either. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. I'm gonna star it, Ash. Well, I'm gonna put it on the screen. Hold that thought. I'm gonna put the kettle on. Okay. And then I'm gonna come back. 2 secs. Whew. We're having for good timing, isn't it, guys? We're doing good. Yeah, I am. Thank you, beautiful. I need to, because I can feel the tightness in my, like, literally through here. It's doing too much. I'll be 2 secs. All right, guys. Apologies for the delay. We are back. We're going to get into it. Okay. So we've got the donation list done. We are moving, guys. Let me put my tea over here. Out the way. Okay. So, Ash, let's dive into your question, Mama. What important lessons or karma does Sean and I still have to learn from each other in our present connection that we didn't learn from our past life together? Okay, let's dive into that one. All right, guys, we're dealing with a past life sequence. Ash wants to know, what are some of the lessons of karma that still needs to be watched through from a past life experience with her connection with Sean? Perspective for me. Okay. Okay. So one of the main things that they're sort of showing, which is a really big aspect for you guys, it's a major transit in the dynamic that you guys are navigating through. We've got major arcana. We've got the Hermit card. So talking about introspection. And when I did sort of like clarify, I was wanting to go deeper because initially it was talking about an element of competition. And it was like, once the story unfolds, we've got the Hermit card here, which is talking about introspection. But what you guys need to, I guess, work through is really understanding a little bit more about why you guys are hesitant, going deeper into understanding, because this is the card we've got, right? We've got the Hermit card, asking you guys to go deeper, shine a light, basically, on why there's this dynamic, why there's a tendency to be hesitant, why there's a tendency to be a little bit defensive and on edge about the possibility of coming together, about the possibility of being able to sort of like have a romantic sort of connection. That's one of the things. What I saw on that, or what I was hearing as well, I guess, because they were speaking to me and showing me at the same time, there is a dynamic in terms of, if you will, past life experience situation where the energy, I guess, of hesitancy that you're experiencing now. So from what I get in the previous files, basically, there was a 3-year age difference between yourself, basically. You were younger, I guess, in the dynamic, and there was a 3-year sort of like age difference situation. And I think you were, at the time, it seemed like, struggling with a spirit of promiscuity, a promiscuous spirit, that seemed to cause a little bit of confusion in terms of the romance dynamic It seems as though that, yeah, it seems as though that whatever's playing out on that timeline's having, I guess, a significant impact on this timeline, where now you're basically having to be the one to make that choice on this timeline. But also there's almost the residual energy of the get back, if you will, from that timeline, like the ego must meet and come to find peace, right? In this timeline. And it's interesting because timing has to be a factor. Yeah, I see that sort of dynamic on this timeline. Timing has to be such a factor on this one, because I guess you're almost forced to kind of like find patience, where it's almost like tick, 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 time's running out, right? That's the way that the game's been designed. It's interesting how you guys have shaped this little experience. I think it's cute. But yeah, it's like time's running out. We're in this life thing called game. This game's called life. And like in terms of the way that the sequence of you guys' coding of your game sort of works, is like tick, tick, tick. From the previous scenes, you can see that it was like dun, dun, dun. Sorry, I'm seeing the whole sort of like process. They're showing me like on two screens. Like in the previous experience, it was that dynamic, and I don't think that that situation, like they didn't, I wouldn't say that they didn't ever necessarily recover from it, but I don't think that you guys basically ended up together on that timeline. They moved on and they actually remarried. Well, I'd say remarried, but you guys didn't actually get married. You guys were engaged, but you didn't get married because of the sense of promiscuity, right? And that was something that was, again, a learned behavior. That was something from the lineage hard drive. That was a blueprint patent. So that was something that was basically being overridden. But you didn't do it with him. You did it with two relationships after him, when you got to a place of maturing mentally, because you were still quite young. Basically, it was still fairly early on, and I guess you were still figuring out the dynamics of the situation and kind of like moving beyond what you had learned. And eventually, I guess, like later on in life, you did sort of like settle down. It wasn't necessarily with him per se. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily with him per se, and they didn't necessarily settle down with you. So I think that the hesitancy essentially potentially sort of stems from a bit of some of that aspect that's playing out on that timeline, where I guess you guys found peace away from each other. And for the most part, there was still a love, basically. There was still residual love, even if you guys did find peace away from each other and sort of like went on to have like your respective relationships and stuff like that after the facts. Because you guys, like I said, they went on to remarry before you did. You took some time to mature, and you got to a place where, you know, you were sort of like ready to sort of settle down and do those things. And it happened with someone else who basically was a little bit more excitable, which is why it seems that he's like on that timeline, they seem a little bit vanilla, right? In terms of like just the way that they were. That just gives me like Taurus energy on that timeline. And I think that that was one of the challenges, because you required like excitement, basically. You were a little bit of a drama queen. So you required excitement. And it seems as though, yeah, that was one of the, because of this need or this addiction to drama, there would be a lot of self-sabotaging behaviors. And it's almost like you guys would get moving and just take several steps back, because you had your own fears of whether or not you actually, like, you know, even though you thought that it was something that you should want, it was whether or not like you were worthy and stuff like that. It was like a whole aspect, because the genetic sequence of the lineage was in disbelief of deserving, basically, of that sort of dynamic. So there was an internal conflict and battle between self, to be able to come to certain realizations, which is why you had to go basically on a journey outside of that relationship. But it cost the relationship at the time. And I think on this timeline, you guys are getting an opportunity potentially to reevaluate. He's not so vanilla. I guess he's a little bit more spicy. And then in this situation as well, I think in the context of things, it's almost like he wants to, like I said, the way in which it's kind of like playing out, there's a get back period. And yeah, the get back period sort of takes a little bit of time, I guess. And that's kind of something that's playing out on this timeline. But there's, like I said, still, I guess, a great love. There's a great love connection that is still playing out. So yeah, I guess you guys have to go deeper into understanding why there's a sense of hesitancy, and how to be able to navigate through understanding that it is a safe environment to love, because it goes deeper than just this, I guess, dynamic and experience, I guess. Which is always such a challenge, because like even for myself, and this is another thing as well, in 2024 we're breaking through some of those past life timelines, because we're healing at deeper levels, like layers of the soul. The soul's fragmented into many different lifetimes, obviously, as we reincarnate, and we're healing through the different lifetimes and time spans. So yeah, you're healing at that level. It's going to be a challenge, I'm not going to lie to you. Especially because it's not like we know what the dynamic of certain situations is. Like, even as I'm like reading these files to you, there's so much more in the file, but again, because I'm like time sensitive and conscious on time, I'm having to kind of like cut the file short. Ask for your file as well. Like if you want to sort of like really dive into it, set an intention, ask for your file, ask to access the file. When you go and do like sleep analysis, I love a good dream analysis, because like I said, I can get more done outside of my body. And when I'm in my body, I'm very limited in my capabilities. So yeah, when you go to sleep, you can set an intention to get some clarity, basically, on what transpired on that timeline, why you felt the way that you felt, some of the things that you experienced whilst you were on that timeline, and basically like how you can sort of like help the process. You're probably going to have to do at least a good few dream analysis to really break down this situation, because there's so much to it and there's like so many different layers. But yeah, that's kind of like what I'd say to you on that situation. But that's a snippet to sort of like give you some insight to sort of like go in and basically go into the file and understand a little bit more, go and observe basically from a third person perspective, to understand like just who you guys were and how you guys like experienced those experiences, and how it basically shaped your souls, and how it kind of like conditioned, you know, your interaction with each other as a result. Because even with my current partner, our interactions are shaped basically by some of our past life experiences. One life in particular that continues to be a dynamic. But yeah, you got this. I think for the most part, it's kind of like a questioning, basically. There's a questioning of whether or not there's a soulmate connection, which is one of the things that you guys have to go deeper into understanding, because there's some trauma around that question, basically. I know you told me last year that we only had 10 months. The 10 months will be up either this month into next month. Okay. Okay, and how are you guys going on that process at the minute? It can be reevaluation season as well. We're going into Saturn retrograde. So again, guys, like when we sort of, that's the great thing about consciously manifesting our lives, like as certain scripts like move and like fade and stuff like that. You can, I guess, how can I put it, rewrite scripts in accordance to your reevaluation process. You know, before you got here, you might have said, yeah, you know, let me just play this out with this person. But having gone through the process, you might say, okay, cool. I think such and such. And if it's not going to have a impact on the destiny milestones or mile markers, then we get the opportunity to live it out. That's what we call free will, basically. He is quiet. He said he's dealing with some issues with school. Okay. Yeah, this is sort of like the space where I guess things fizzled from what I could see on the connection previously. But I think this is potentially why you guys clearly have like a lot to unpack and a lot to sort of like, I guess, dive into in this space all at the same time. But let's have a little look and see what's the guidance for you. He said they keep failing him in his final EMT exam. They keep failing him or he keeps failing? It's different, isn't it? Has he learned the code as to why he's failed each time? To understand what is the code for success this time? What's the advice for our girl Ash? Thank you. Okay. And he said once he failed twice, he has to pay. He is smart. I was surprised he failed. Yeah, there may be some factors around the dynamics of the situation. It's not a question of his smartness. He can do this like really, really easily. There's other factors to it that he's got to really understand about the dynamics. He says because of this, he feels like a failure. Well, going into the space with that feeling is only going to manifest that result as well. So he might want to pick up the vibration and look at himself as a victor. The failures were basically just, you know, the process towards success. He probably has to switch the narrative in terms of the perception on it. I tried to make him feel better, but it's not working. No, I don't think it's something that you can do. I think it's something that he has to do within himself. I think he put a lot of his expectations and self-value on that external, I guess, representation. And, you know, it's something that he has to come into acceptance with. But he can do it. He can actually do it like effortlessly. I think he's just a little bit broken down at the minute. And he has to get his head in the game and get a little bit more focused as well. And yeah, dead that narrative. He didn't fail. He was learning the code of how to succeed. And he basically crossed out two paths that were like, okay, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. And if he wants this path to be the path, he can just decide this is how you do it, and figure out what that code is. Sounds like it's simple enough, but honestly, that is the case, guys. And some codes like require more time and more work than others. But again, it depends on how much work we're willing to do. But yeah, their advice for you is to believe on the situation. There isn't really much to worry about. They're saying it's not a case of asking for help on anything. I think they're saying that this situation is just going to be sort of playing out. Yeah. They're saying the situation is going to be playing out. Just kind of let it ride out, I guess. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Because it seems like there was a lot going on in there. Really, because I was feeling like giving up. Yeah, it gets like that. It gets like that when we're working. No, that's okay. It gets like that when we're working through past life stuff. Trust me, like, shit, I'm like, damn, this wall is bigger than me. And you don't even know that it exists in your psyche, you know, because like I'm the conscious in my relationship. In most cases, like it's a struggle to come both into the relationship, especially before you kind of like hit a certain age of life as well. Like both of you guys. So I'm older in my relationship dynamic. So in most cases, like a lot of the awakening processes happens after 27. For a lot of primates that aren't like be able to live their authentic representations from kids. So you kind of like go to sleep basically after a certain stage, like preteen, and then you wake back up later on in life. And it gets a little bit challenging when both aren't necessarily conscious on the process that one's navigating. But on these timelines, the feminine, as it always has been designed to be the conscious head, I guess, of the dynamic. So it's a little bit frustrating, but hey, we're used to it. We play it well. All right, who have we got next on the list? I'm going to have some tea. We have Malapele. Are you here, Malapele? Oh, that's okay, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you, my love. Malapele, let's dive into your question as well. Okay. Okay. What's coming next for Malapele in love? What's coming next? Thank you. Okay. You're a little bit indecisive, but we're going to unpack it. Clarify. Okay. Is there a situation that is a bit on and off again? Is that what the indecision is? That's for you, Malapele. Okay. Is there an on again, off again situation that is kind of like back and forth, back and forth? Not really. Kind of comes and goes, really. It's a little bit like a wave. I'm asking so I can unpack the little sequences of the situation a little bit more for you. The recent relationship was on off, but we are in contact for a time. Okay, so that's probably what the indecision's about. Okay, you want to move forward, but there's still a little bit of uncertainty about that past connection. Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you, my love. There's still a little bit more of that on the surface for you. From what I can see, it's a case of like, for lack of a better way of putting it, like learning from it. Do we see new love? Do we see new connection? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. 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 Okay, so what I'm seeing with the situation, there's likely, I guess, to be someone new, I guess, introduced into the mix, but there's still a case of indecision. This person doesn't necessarily come in anytime soon as well. This is a little bit of away as far as like the timeline of them sort of coming in. I'm sensing this one's a little bit sort of like 9 months is a timeline that I'm getting on that, I'm not gonna lie. So there's still some time yet for this individual to come through, but I think that there's, like I said, there's a desire for moving forward, but there's still a little bit of an attachment to the previous situation to some capacity. So yeah, it's interesting. I think that this previous situation continues to be a lingering factor for a little bit, which is why it continues to be like a process of indecision. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, someone new sort of does come in around about 9 months from now. Starts with a little bit of flirting. The past one will still come. I think that that situation is kind of like open-ended. That one's still a little bit confusing for me as well, because I don't think it's, not to say that I don't think it's finished. I think it's open-ended. It's kind of like the doors are jarred. So I don't know that this new connection actually like survives that previous connection as well, which is why I'm saying like the indecision thing continues to be a bit of a theme. Right now, that individual isn't necessarily coming into the mix. That's probably why they're 9 months away per se, because the connection right now to the past situation's a lot stronger as far as the attachment. I think as time goes on, without their presence, that connection does sort of like fade a little bit. So I think that's where the opening for this new individual to sort of come in happens. But whether it survives it, I don't know. I think this is why this is the theme of indecision, unfortunately, because you will have to make that decision when you come to that point. All I can do, I guess, is give you some inclination of a timeline as far as the arrival of the individual, but that decision ultimately is yours. I think that the other person, once you, I guess, start to move on, just like the universe does, as soon as you move on, the old doors will get an opportunity to provide closure. And when that moment occurs, you'll, I guess, be indecisive. You'll be indecisive, you guys, kind of like, or almost you have to decide if you want to fall back into the old pattern of like indecision and looping, basically kind of going nowhere, but feeling safe in that stagnation at the same time. Yeah, the universe is going to present an opportunity for you to decide whether you want to actually move forward or if you want to stay looping, I guess, on the cycle. Let's have a little look and see what the advice is for you on everything. Sorry, I didn't have like better news, but it's news. What's the advice from Malap in navigating the process? Yeah, I think there's a situation sort of just as the new situation starts to develop, I guess a couple months into it, 2 to 3 months into it, that situation almost kind of like revisits. It's still very complicated, still very complex with the past individual, but again, it's kind of like an opportunity that presents itself when the moving on occurs, or the starting of it occurs, because you'll decide whether you want to stay on that course or not. Okay, so what's the advice then for Malap? Thank you. Yeah. They're saying the advice for yourself is that you haven't necessarily let go of this individual who wasn't necessarily a yes in the past. But moving forward, you have to trust that this process is bringing you abundance, is bringing you an opportunity to have, I guess, many options to be able to decide definitively what you want. But ultimately, you have to decide like what you want to do. And you will have to wait, I guess, to experience this abundance, because it's going to take some time for this whole process to sort of like develop, right? Because right now the focus is this individual. So yeah, as much as there's I want to move forward, it's not really entirely true. It's kind of like, I want to move forward with this individual, but they may not be showing, the signs of being able to move forward. So yeah, this is a waiting game, I guess, on your part as far as the situation. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you anyways. It seems like you guys still have some stuff ahead, and you guys have become accustomed to a little bit of a pattern of disrupting each other moving forward, but you don't necessarily seem to be able to figure out how to do moving or creating life together at the same time as well. So I think you guys definitely are going to be asked just definitively, what is it? What do you want to do? Yeah, I don't know if the next time will be a comeback once you make that decision, if there's a next time where they are still even lingering, depending on what you decide to do. And if you do decide to sort of like engage with this individual, it's complicated, and it is going to take time for you to, I guess, find your happy. It's something that you're going to have to pursue for a while, being with that individual, in comparison to the other situation, because it was new. And I think it's something where you'll have to weigh up your options, basically, when you sort of get to that point, if you will. But I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. Okay. I wanted to make sure I'm not double asking a question. Did I inquire about my next initiation before? Honestly, I wouldn't know, beautiful. Guys, did Kay ask that? Because I just become a conduit to let a lot of the information just flow. Half the time you guys have to remind me of certain channels that flows through here, and then I go back and jump in. So I honestly can't recall. I think we may have had some sort of conversation, but our conversations go quite deep, to be fair. Okay, so I can't recall, to be completely honest. I think so. I think so. I think so, because they're saying, yeah, we unpacked it in a small little snippet, but that's all. That's all that's needed. Okay. I'm going to indulge in my little piece of muffin. Why'd you ask as well? I'm having some blueberry muffin, guys, with my tea. That's okay, Malap. Thank you for stopping in. Where are we with the list as well? Let's have a little look and see. Okay. Let me pop your question out there, okay? And then after K, we have, this is the list. We have SA, Sterling, CC Sagittarius, Ultra Ego, and then we're going to move on to the standby list. I think I did ask. Okay, you think you asked about the initiation situation before? Yeah, me either. But they're saying we had a little brief discussion about it previously. I think that's why we probably both kind of feel like there was a conversation. But I'm not really too sure. I think I can remember speaking on something about it. Who we still got in the room as well? I haven't seen Sterling for a little bit. I don't know if they're still here. Okay, hey Ari. I sensed you were still around. Okay, hey Sterling. Okay, good to know. I see you. I see you. Don't worry. I'm going to start your question. Okay. All right. Let's go to K and move through the process. There is something I wanted to ask. I usually ask about information outside of the States. Can we look into the Black American family's legacy? more info about their path. Very bored. What? Guide me on that. By the way, I moved out. I think I told you. Yeah, we did. We've caught up since then. Okay, so this is the question to some degree. More about how their lineage began. Okay. I'm trying to get the tea whilst it's warm, guys. Because once I start channeling, it's going to be a good 20 minutes or so. Okay, so let's have a little look at the Black American side of the family. We want to get a little bit more of an understanding about that part of the legacy. Let's talk about it. Talk to me. Okay. Hi there, Perla. Unfortunately, the lists are closed, my love. But I'm sure you're going to be awesome. Hashtag confidence is the key to success. Works every time. Okay, so... Okay. Oh, good, beautiful. Sorry, but tune in. Come and join us another time. I don't know when I'll be back out here in these YouTube streets, but yeah. Okay. No, thank you, Mina. Okay. There was something that happened on the lineage 1964. that shifted the path. There was a soul okay, so 3 generations ago, I guess 3 generations ago, there was a shift. Prior to that, though, they're showing me sort of like Mama Guane a bit. My mama's in the chat, y'all. How come you? Oh yeah, bank holiday tomorrow. I was gonna say, how come you're still up? Bank holiday tomorrow. But yeah, there was something that happened basically. So in 1864, there was a dynamic of the today's Cinco de Mayo. Okay, that's what's up. I guess putting in some memories of some of the ancestors that have moved mountains before yourself. So, oh, Mummy, Mina says hi. Yeah, so basically 1864, right? T is 1864. The lineage, I guess. I don't know if that's their arrival here, but I want to say that that's really sort of like when the dynamics of situations started to shift. There was something that happened in 1864, and that had a bondage, basically. It had a repetitive cycle on the lineage surrounding money, surrounding misplaced loyalty, surrounding disrespect, surrounding disregard, self-worth values were like embedded in the sequence of the coding then. And then in 1963, there was something that happened astrologically then in 1963. Saturn was doing some stuff up there. And that recourse to set the scales of justice back into balance, and the lineage then started to recourse in optimizing a lot of genetic sequences since 1963. And a lot of the best way that I can put it, a lot of the delay of what wasn't necessarily sort of like paid forward, basically, for the lineage, because they were sort of like looping on this cycle of stagnation. It's like they just wouldn't go anywhere. There was a lot of genetic resistances embedded in the sequences of the generations that were being churned out, basically. And there was someone on the genetic sequence in 1963 that basically unlocked a lot of those embedded sequences, which kind of opened room for testament and testimony, if you will, because they had their own testimony. They had a certain level of faith. They're sort of saying to me, they had a certain level of faith in themselves. They had a certain level of faith in God. And I think that the process in which they used to do things wasn't necessarily the traditional process, if you will. They were into natural remedies. They basically went back to the original, I guess, they're saying art forms of healing, basically, the original art forms of healing that was already embedded in the lineage's genetic sequence. So these were their natural gifts, basically. They activated in 19 1963, which again, they're sort of saying that they made it possible for your genetic sequence today. They made it possible for your genetic sequence today. And it seems as though they were a bit of a prayer warrior as well. Like they would pray very deeply on certain things. And some of their prayers still have the ability to touch you today. Is what they're sort of like saying to me. Like their words permeated the strength basically of their heart. Their words have permeated. I don't think this individual's still here, present. I don't think. But they did a lot to be able to recourse the history of the lineage. And now, I guess, the genetic sequence, you're one of the first on the lineage, basically, to really be able to benefit from the optimization of their genetic sequence as a willing soul. Moving into, because there were certain prayers that they were praying for their lineage and praying and putting it out there. But you're one of the first souls of the lineage to be able to basically take that prayer and ground it into manifestation. And their prayers, they were very strategical in the way that they prayed as well. They would cover certain aspects in certain areas. I want to say mother's side. Yeah, they're saying, yeah. Mother's side. And it seems as though the process, I guess, the process and the journey that you're on, they've covered you in prayer as well for up to the next 7 years. And 9 years from now as well, I guess you pass on the baton. They're saying 9 years from now. There's also another genetic sequence or activation where your training of self and authenticity is, I guess, how can I put it? The next on the lineage who awakens 9 years from now, you will then be their trainer. And yeah, this particular individual, 1963. I don't know. It's a female. But sorry, I'm trying to think about, like, as the individual sort of like, you know, they've been able to sort of observe and watch and train and see as far as this next generation, I guess, on the lineage, who are also genetically activated, much like yourself. Potentially, they're actually speaking of your own offspring, actually, because you bring the genetic sequence. But yeah, the lineage went through. That's what they're sort of like showing me, because that's the most significant thing, I guess, in terms of the dynamics of, I guess, the Black American family's legacy. 1864, there's something significant about that timeline, I guess. So maybe sort of go a little bit deeper into research on that. And then 1963, there's an individual optimized the genetic sequence. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I was asking anything else you need to know. My cousin did a family tree. I don't know that side well. You probably have to go and research. You probably have to go and research on mum's side. A lot of the intuitive gifts, especially for females, comes from the mother's intuitive ability. And this may give you a little bit of context as well, and understanding a little bit more on how I've run into some of them and they do their own things. Yeah. There's still lots and lots of future planning on things to do as well. Still lots of future planning. Mum mentioned veil. What do you mean? Mum mentioned veil. Elaborate. Sorry, guys, I'm going to finish up my tea and muffin. Okay, it's giving me some insights into what Mum was, I guess, talking about. What the capacity, or what the, I guess, the dynamic of the conversation was. But it seems like there was a pivoting on the lineage timeline in 1963, which is allowing for an upward trajectory, but it's going to take some time. And in the meantime, whilst you gather that for me, I'm going to get some insights into what's the advice. What do you guys advise about Kate? Okay. Have a look at the family tree stuff and look into the dates that I mentioned firstly. But yeah. On Dad's maternal side, I've been told info. Okay. I believe they are a full American. Okay. And on Mum's side? But yes, beautiful. They said, as far as the advice for yourself, be selective about what it is that you do communicate and how you communicate it, but don't stop because there is something better and you're actually moving into a place of like flourishing and flowering a lot of seeds that have been planted long before you even arrived here. So they support you in that, I guess, mission. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you though. Check in on those 2 timelines that I said on the family tree thing that you've got going on mom's side, to get a little bit more of an understanding about some of the stuff there, because there are basically certain gifts or traits basically that are making a bit of a comeback through yourself and the genetic sequence that you passed down as well. Oh, my tea's finished. That was good. Sounds like grams. Sounds like grams. I was getting that sort of energy, but the is Grams still with us? Can I ask? Because the presence, as I was sort of like picking up on the energy, is Grams still with us presently? There's definitely a sort of mature feminine. So I want to understand the context there. It's Grab. It's Grab. The person that basically did it isn't necessarily here. So one of the things that I was sort of like getting, thank you for clarifying. Thank you for and I'm glad that we're sort of like on the same bandwidth where we're able to sort of dialogue today as well, because I know sometimes it's lagging. She's been one of the ones who keeps you covered. Because when I was sort of like doing the reading, one of the things that they were basically saying is a lot of the prayers, because it's almost like there was a speaking of, right, directly. Hey, Charlie, beautiful. So it was almost like one was saying that the prayers that they put out there has finally landed. Basically, they've been received basically by yourself, and you know, some of the things that they've kind of like prayed for, you'll be able to sort of like implement, because you're sort of like a willing soul and participant, and they have trained you from the other side as well, actually. Yeah. It's Graham. She has many talents. The church going nature and all of that stuff, that was a way for her to be able to activate her power outside of herself. But she had many talents, and a lot of those things that she herself wasn't able to activate in her living space, like in her waking body, she'll actually be able to do through you, because she didn't have enough, I wouldn't say belief, but her understanding of reality was very limited in its capacity. Whereas yourself, your mind, your ability to intellectualize the reality that you experience, it gives you a little bit of an advantage. And yeah, because of that, yeah, I guess it wasn't even, you know, one wouldn't have thought it was you, but hey, you picked it up and you're running with it. So there you go. Right. I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. I think SA also, I think SA mentioned their, like, put their thingy out as well. Yeah, I did see. There we go. SA. Right. Thank you, Mina. Okay, so where are we on the list? Oh, we're not doing too bad, y'all. We're not doing too bad. Okay, so we've got Sterling after this, CC, Sagittarius, Ultra Ego. Then we're going to go into the standby list and then finish up from there. We are basically past the timing, but we're going to be picking up speed now, guys. You know how it is. And I've been doing okay for timing because I've actually done quite a fair few readings already, considering, yeah. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into the space. I'm sure it's going to keep you busy for a little bit as well because they've just sent you on a wild goose chase as they usually do with you. But I guess that's why they love you because you're game for the game. Oh, donation list is actually closed as well, Chaley. I was actually sort of finishing up, wrapping up the list for the night. And I did earlier sort of like sense the little sort of situation where it might be a case of the timing on this yourself sort of coming in and it being a little bit of a challenge. And I'm sorry, beautiful. We literally have like already extended the list to even account for any donations that I would have received, but I put some people in on the free list basically because the list just got chaotic because it's been so long. So the list is like close, girl. Close. I'm sorry. It's just timing. You seem to sort of like stop into the space. But we've got, I guess, people, I think everybody is actually still here for their stuff. Sorry, beautiful. They did tell me about it and they did sort of say that timing was going to be a factor. But hopefully we find the right timing on this. Hopefully we find the right timing on this. I know I'm barely out here as well, guys, which is what causes a lot of this stuff with you guys as far as the list. If I can get more time, I'm going to work on it. It's a challenge. I can't promise anything, but we're going to get better at it. Okay. Love, can we see the space between me and Jay? Anything you can see will be appreciated. He is here in my town, but I haven't seen him yet by accident on purpose. I saw my previous ex instead. Yeah, that's funny. There you go, telling the universe, you know, oh, fancy seeing you here. You know, you want to have that little experience with G, and they're like, let's try this one first and see how you feel. Okay. Right, let's have a little look at the space between Smara and G. Okay. Okay. Talk to me. Put that into perspective for me. Okay. Okay. G is in his little situation, girl. He is in his little situation. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he seems to be, you know, in his little situation, sort of, I guess, focusing on that little space over there. If anything, I think he has his own anxieties about how a dynamic would sort of play out as far as like a meeting. That's probably why you ended up seeing the previous ex, because he probably didn't have as many anxieties and it was easy for him to kind of like pass through the density of time, you know, because like sometimes like anxiety basically delays timelines and stuff like that. Okay, interesting. Okay. Let's see how the time in your town's going to play out, and then we'll have a look at your guidance. Beautiful. How's the time going to play out whilst he's there in his town? How do you see that playing out? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you. Seems like they're doing okay, to be fair. It seems like they're doing okay. Yeah. They seem to be doing okay. They seem to sort of be working through some of the challenges, I guess, communication. She's quite easygoing, I guess, so that kind of makes it a little bit more, I guess he's willing to communicate on most stuff or whatever, but yeah, there's a different sort of dynamics in comparison. I think as far as yeah, he's not really in that space, beautiful. He's not really looking for you or to meet or anything. I'm just gonna keep it honest, you know, I'm always gonna keep it trill, beautiful. I think if anything, he has anxieties about possibly when, especially probably after the last conversation, right? That's probably why he's got some anxieties. But yeah, I think he will, your energy is on, oh, curious. It'll be interesting to see him in my town. And his is on avoidance, like, yeah, avoidance. And I think that's how he feels like he's going to be able to sort of like keep the peace, because then it's just going to disrupt some stuff with his other stuff he's got going on, to be fair. Yeah. Sorry, beautiful. He's on avoidance time. What's the advice for our girl Mara in navigating through this little process with G now that he's in town? Okay. Just so you sort of like see it for yourself, your advice is this is a hard no. As far as the situation, and the universe basically sort of like, I guess, is giving you that definitive no when it comes to the situation. Yeah. Sorry, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you there, because I know you're probably sort of like, why did I met V? Like I said, they're probably a little bit more open. You're out here trying to meet an ex, and they were probably the only, like, the most probable one. They didn't have any anxieties. They were open. They didn't really sort of like mind in comparison to G. They were a little bit more open and susceptible to be able to pick up on that calling that you're putting out there through your curiosity radars. But yeah, he is likely the ex, I guess, that you met. Whether or not he returns, I guess that's up to you guys in terms of how you guys play out that situation, to be fair. Because X energy is a little bit challenging to navigate. You kind of loop on old cycles, behaviorally speaking, which can be a challenge to move past, because those are the things that got you guys like apart in the first place. You know what I mean? So it gets a little bit tricky. Lots of updating required. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you though, beautiful. I'm having to sort of like keep the questions focused. I'd say you kind of have to like let that situation be what it is. I think that the time sort of like came, it went, and I think for now he's really just kind of doing his life. There's no point in you sort of stagnating your own life in hopes that he decides to recourse his. And that's just me being honest. He's not. Yeah. How was she? What do you think? Was it a good moving on option? That part. I feel so stupid that I overreacted. I think that is why he has anxiety. I'm not gonna lie, girl. Downgrade. I sense that aspect. No, that's okay. I didn't want to say it either, but yeah, somebody had to. But it is a downgrade, but she's also less spicy. That's also another thing. Like, so he likes that less spicy, mild flavor. So if it's working, it is what it is. Okay. Thank you though. Thank you for sharing. It's always a good tea. It's always a good tea and kiki catching up with you. I was actually having downloads about you and the G thing at some point earlier today. And even like I said, when Shaylee came in, like earlier today when I just got back up after my nap, I was getting downloads about how the dynamics of the situation. I felt so bad. Even then I felt so bad and I had to process it then. That's why I'm not like carrying it so much in the space, because she's been trying to sort of get onto the list for a minute. It's just not. That's why I even said with Kayla, I like managed to get her in today. I should stop asking. It's pointless. I think you can utilize your one question a little bit more effectively. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Future husband, I wouldn't say so. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, catalyst to said future husband, perhaps. Yeah. Future husband, however, a little bit of a question mark, I'd say. Okay, guys. We're going to pick up pace even more so because you see that, Yorin? I'm up. I got work at like 7:30 in the AM. It's 1:13 at the minute. We'll see if I can get at least 5 hours sleep if I'm lucky. Maybe 4 I can work with and just sleep after work. Okay, so let's dive into it. Sterling. Okay. Oh no, you've got a husband, girl. It's just not G. Okay, so Sterling, let's get onto your question. What are K next actions towards me right now? Like, what does he want with me currently? Thank you. Okay. Okay, next actions towards Sterling. Okay, there's still some unfinished business here, so. Okay. Elaborate. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I think from what I can see, sort of like, interestingly enough, you guys are kind of like at a pretty serious evaluation stage of the relationship dynamic between you guys. I think from what I can see, there's still some challenges. There tends to be a little bit of passivity in terms of like how you guys communicate on certain topics when it comes to your emotions with each other. But it seems like they're actually sort of coming around a little bit. It seems like they're becoming a little bit more expressive. And it does seem like they're also starting to express a little bit more about what some of their own fears of failures are when it comes to like the situation. I think that you guys sort of may find yourselves back in some sort of exclusivity situation, but it's going to take some time. It's just like baby steps, I guess, with you guys. Yeah. There's still some challenges there. Are you guys currently in communication? Because I see that the communication is start, stop, start, stop. But again, that's because there's like a little bit of passive energy. So sometimes it's almost like the other person's left to guess what the other person's thinking, which can be a little bit, I don't want to say frustrating, but it can be a little bit of a stressor, if you will. But yeah. Are you guys sort of in direct communication now so that I can also understand a little bit more about some of this disorganization that they're speaking about as well? Thank you, Mina. We're actually sort of moving through the list. Okay. Which isn't bad. Thank you, Cece. Sagittarius. Sterling, are you guys in communication? Sorry, that was my question to you. I know sometimes I go off on tangents, so it's hard to keep up. But my question to you for the dynamics is, are you guys in open communication at the minute? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The disorganized, I know, because it's very disorganized and chaotic. So I get that sense. So I do understand. I think, and this is what I was saying in terms of like them having some heart to hearts and letting you know about some of the challenges and some of their fears, I guess, about the exclusivity sort of situation. But yeah, I think that their intention and their desire is to basically be able to sort of move into a traditional sort of relationship situation. I just think that it's going to take some time, just like you said, it's complicated. It's going to take some time to work out some of those complications, some of the kinks in the road. But I guess their intention towards you in returning is to work towards that path, I guess. That's sort of like what they're sort of presenting, at least, anyways. Yeah, fear of the unknown. They're going to sort of, discuss some of their open fears to you about the situation. And I guess you guys will kind of like figure out how to tackle those things together. Over the course of the next 5 months, you guys are still going to be building, I guess, that trust factor, because I think even though you guys are in communication, there's still a little bit of a lack of trust that still needs to be solidified, and that's going to take about 5 months or so to build, for those heart-to-heart conversations to really sort of like decide where you guys are sort of like moving forward to, basically. Let's have a little look and see what is the advice for Sterling in navigating. So does he want to get serious? I think he's still dealing with someone there. Yes, he is. That's why I said it's complicated. And that's why I said 5 months from now. 5 months from now. Keep the wording in which I am selective at how I give the information is very, very particular, because I know sometimes I come in and I speak to you guys and it's almost like, oh, either tell me what I want to hear or like I can't focus on what it is that you're saying because I know the way that I speak and stuff. But that's why it takes about 5 months of communication before it's even a conversation. That's why I guess that situation, and figuring out how to navigate through that situation, there's about a 5-month period between now and then where you guys, it's complicated, like I said, until that 5-month period where that now is an actual discussion that can be had as far as exclusivity. Right. So yeah, let's have a little look. What's the advice? Okay, so I know he's going to need some healing. Precisely, so it's interesting. So the advice for you on the situation is that if you believe over the course of the next couple of months, you won't necessarily get much information about the situation as such in terms of like things that you would like to know, answers that you would like to have given, but there is going to be a recovery period. Recovering from what seems like a no, but is not really a no. It's kind of like an unlikely air. So the stars haven't basically aligned. The stress path is not clear. That's often how they explain it to me. The stress path is not clear. The stars haven't necessarily aligned. And that's kind of like the dynamic of the course of the next couple of months. But it's one of those things where there isn't necessarily a reconsideration for a period of time. The situation actually improves, and that not yes, a year from now actually goes through a different process, right? So I think with you guys sort of like, I guess, continuing to engage in dialogue and communication over the course of the next few months, they're going to be navigating through their own process, and they'll sort of like, I guess, be coming to some sort of realizations 5 months in to really decide, about that exclusivity talk, essentially. So yeah, it's going to take some time, but you guys will kind of figure it out, I guess. There's still a lot of like scattered energy that they have to navigate through, figure out what it is that they really want, and really, really decide whether or not they want to commit to it or not. Yeah. I hope that was useful for you, though. Seems like you guys have some stuff to talk about, but it's going to take you guys some time to actually be able to get to that place of talking about the things that you really actually do want to talk about to get the clarity. Yeah. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Who do we have next on the list? Oh, CC Sagittarius. Yes, I did star their thingy, actually. Let me go and get it. Okay, there we go. They put it back out there real quick. That's what's up. Love that. Love, love, love. Okay. And then we've got Ultra Ego, and then we're going to go on to the standby list and get those read as well. And that is us for the evening. Okay, not bad, guys. We're doing good. What's going on with my Aquarius? What does that mean? The question's far too broad, my love. What would you like to know? What would you like to know about what's going on with the Aquarius, so I can guide the question so that you can get the answer that you actually want to get clarity on? Do you mean what's going on in their life? Do you mean what's going on in terms of what's happening with... Okay. Okay. What's going on with CC's Aquarius? What's going on with... Thank you. He's being methodical, trying to figure out how to navigate through some of the limited successes that he's been experiencing. He wants to kind of get into better situations, financially speaking. He's looking into his options there. Okay. Okay, so from what I can see with the situation, he seems to be navigating through his own little tests, I guess, his own little tests and situations. Is there a family situation that he's navigating through as well, as far as like, is there children involved, as far as his personal situation, his personal life dynamic? Got to ask that question because that's one of the challenges or something around that. That seems to be a challenge that he's navigating through. Seems like really just evaluating his responsibilities and seeing where he needs to kind of, I guess, come up trumps at the minute. Right now, he's fallen short in certain places and he's kind of like reevaluating those things and those aspects. Yeah, the family dynamics of the situation, I guess. Those are some of the things that he's trying to figure out how he can really balance that situation a little bit better. But those are some of like his tests, his bigger tests that he's kind of trying to wrap his mind around and figure out what he wants to do about those things. But right now, he's kind of like focusing on getting his bag up, to be fair. Trying to figure out how to get things a little bit more on track. Yeah. Yeah. And also at the same time, he's also kind of distracting himself as well from these dynamics and situations as far as the responsibilities with the kids dynamics. I guess because he doesn't necessarily feel like he's showing up how he needs to be. I don't necessarily think that the communication as well, I guess, between him and the mother of his kid, I want to say one, but there might be a couple, I'm not sure. I don't know if that one child is representing more because the energy feels multiple, but yeah, I'm seeing one. With the dynamic here, he's kind of like they tend to go back and forth a bit as far as the BM being very vocal about, his shortcomings on situations. So I think he's just kind of like trying to figure out how to basically like navigate that situation, but at the same time trying to sort of like divert from it at the same time as well, because her mouth is a little bit foul sometimes and it's not necessarily the best thing to navigate, or it's not fun, I should say, to navigate her sometimes. So sometimes it's just best he keeps his distance. And he does that too fairly well. But those are sort of like the main things that he's got going on at the minute. He's just trying to focus on getting his bag up, trying to navigate through that little situation. Social life is fine, but I don't necessarily think that, not to say that that's not his focus, but that doesn't really seem to be the place that he's putting his energy as such at the minute. But yeah, I'm a little confused. I must say, because no contact. Well, this is why, girl. He's got stuff going on. And it's messy, to be fair. It's messy. This is why I was saying that social life isn't necessarily a priority as such. So I guess you'd fall into that bracket of social. Yeah, the focus at the minute is really on trying to figure out the dynamics of that situation, as far as family and navigating through those dynamics, actually. And with the kid situation as well, like that seems to be very, very complicated. I don't necessarily think that they're together, but I think he also is still seeking some sort of like validation, which makes the whole thing a little bit contrived, to say the least. But I think, yeah, I think it's one of those situations that I don't know that like you're on his radar as such, to be honest with you. I don't see anything about you in his thought process on the cards. His focus is getting his bag up and basically kind of like dealing with the dynamics of a broken family situation, really. And those are his main priorities, if you will. Yeah, I guess there's no contact because you're not on his radar. There's no perception of you within his reality. It's not a part of his focus at all. I'm sorry to have to be the one to sort of like, yes, say, but yeah, it's not really something that he's thinking about, to be honest. Yeah, I'm why I'm glad that you kind of accept it. It just seems like, to be fair, from looking at all this stuff here, I don't know that they have a capacity for you. And I think if you wanted something monogamous as well, this isn't the person for that either. Their stuff is still far too complicated. Yeah. Let's have a little look and see what is the advice for CC. What is the advice for CC? Thank you. Okay, get more information on the broken family situation. I don't think that that is as broken as it appears to be. I think it's just complicated as far as the relationship dynamic with the BM. And also, like I said, it seems far more complicated as well. I don't know if there's a kid on the way. I don't know if there's a kid on the way with BM, but I get the sense that this, like I said, I see one child, but I sense the energy that there's more children. It's complicated there. Well, I talked to him the other day. All he wants to do is come over so I can massage his back. Yeah, girl, it's complicated. Get more information on the broken family situation, because I don't know how broken said family is what I'm gonna say. I think that things are complicated there. It's not necessarily that I see her being pregnant. I don't know that you know about all the children that there may be in that space. How many kids did they say that they've got? I know they got 2 for sure. Okay. Because I thought that there was more than the one and there was multiple. Okay, how old is the youngest one? One by someone else. Okay. Understood. Is the other one by someone else? Which one has the youngest child? Because the one with the youngest child, that relationship is still having some entanglement whilst they're kind of falling away from each other. So what one is the one is the young, she's like 5 now, youngest. And is that the one with the 2 kids or the one with the 1 kid? Is the GF he with now? Okay. So he's got a girlfriend, right? Is basically what you're saying. Because you're saying is the GF he's with now. Because this is what I'm trying to sort of like understand on the situation. 2 kids. Okay. The 2 kids one. Okay. Yeah, that situation. I'm not gonna lie to you, beautiful. I get the sense that there may be a stringing you along dynamic with that. I don't know that they have a genuine intention of giving you what it is that you want. And that's me being honest with you. I sense there may be some underlying manipulation in the process so that they can get what they want from the situation. But I don't know that they have a genuine intention to give you what it is that you want from this setup either. And I think that they may be the only winner when it comes down to it with the dynamic. So just be mindful. Say protect yourself, but shit, life is to be lived. Sorry, every opportunity is a learning experience for me personally. It's how I look at most things. So yeah, but I think that if you're looking for a serious situation, this may not be it. Right? But if you want some fun, shit, this is fun. Okay. I would just advise you to kind of like keep your sense of reality with you as you navigate through the process, because sometimes depending on what mode I guess you catch Mr. Aquarius in, they might sort of have a tendency to sell a little bit of dreams, right? Depending on what's going to get. Yeah. I think if you are clear like I said, if you want some fun, this is cool. It's going to be a situation, that's kind of like there to waste some time, I guess, or kill some time, however you want to look at it. But if you're looking for something serious, this doesn't get to that serious sort of like situation as such. You might get into a serious dynamic of entanglement, but as far as like a serious, committed, monogamous, traditional situation, not really per se. So yeah, decide. It's up to you, beautiful. But that's what I see with it. Hope you enjoy either way. Snap. Life is to be lived. To be lived. I hope that was useful for you though. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, and we have Ultra Ego. Okay, I'm glad that you did find it useful. Ultra Ego, are you in the building? Let me tap into some M&Ms so I can get some sugar rush going. No, I don't think that they're here, which is quite unfortunate because they really wanted to be here. They were hoping that they could stay up in time to get it done. Thank you, Ari. You're up next though, beautiful. So you can go ahead and put your question out there. Thank you, beautiful. All right, guys. We've only got Crystal, Kayla, and Ari left on the list. Okay. We're doing okay for time as well, all things considered, actually. So yeah, considering we had like a pretty long list tonight, to be fair, probably like one of the longest lists we've had in a minute. Yeah. Okay, we ended up with about 15 people in the end because, okay, I'm going to star your question as well. Yeah, we ended up with 15 people in the end. It's funny because they said to me, we're going to read for 15 people tonight. And we actually did end up reading for about 15 people. And I guess Ultra Ego, it was already anticipated that they wouldn't make it, and they probably sensed that they would collapse the timeline. That's why they were sort of like, oh, I hope I stay up. But yeah, that's good. Right, let's have a little look. What are current feelings or thoughts of Fahad towards me? Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Mina. Okay, let's start with the feelings. Fahad's feelings towards me now. Fahad's feelings towards Mina, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay. You guys back in contact. I can see that he's struggling to sort of move on. He's carrying some baggage. Are you guys still navigating through the boundaries? Let me know. Clarify for me, guys. Thank you. I know, that's why I said, are you guys still navigating through the boundaries? Because it's your boundary, but he still doesn't like it. That's for sure. But from what I can see, yeah. And from what I can see, he's still sort of like struggling to sort of move on. He's definitely carrying the baggage of the situation, and he is a little bit insecure about it, or he's a little insecure. I wouldn't say because of it, but yeah, a little insecure because of it. So he's carrying like there's a little wetness on his heart, basically, from that situation. He's internalizing that, and because he can't really sort of like express his hurt about you sort of like removing yourself from the space with him to anyone, I guess he's kind of like navigating through some internal insecurities because he's not able to sort of process that externally. There's not really anyone to talk to on it. It's interesting though. Let me see. I want to get a little bit more clarity on something that's showing up here. Talk to me about that. Okay, thank you. And since you've set that boundary in place, he's had to go back and try and work on his marriage situation as well. That's what I wanted to clarify, beautiful, because there was a lot going on here. He was internalizing his feelings towards you, but what I could also see was that even though he was holding on to the baggage on this situation, there was a swift change in terms of like the marriage dynamics. And yes, there is some depression there, definitely, and it's internalized. And I think because the dynamics, I guess, with you have appeared to be a certain type of way, a way that he's, I guess, dragging himself out of that vibration, like vibrating down here, is to be able to kind of like re-engage basically selfishly in the wedding, in the marriage situation. I don't think that there's a genuine desire basically to kind of be in this space. But I think now there's a little situation where it's like it's not a case of like accepting your decision, to be fair, but it is a case of reevaluating to think, oh, maybe I do need to perhaps start appreciating what I have, seeing as Mina doesn't want me anymore. Mina seems like she doesn't even want to be my friend. Even when I showed up, she didn't want to be with me anymore. So maybe I should just go and focus on this situation over here. Oh, but I don't want to. It's not really what I really want. She's not really who I really want. But, you know, it's all of these types of dialogues that he's kind of like going on internally. So even for her, he's a bit hot and cold. At the minute over the course of the last few weeks. But yeah, I think that he's kind of navigating his marriage situation based on the dynamic of what you or how much you decide to engage or interact with him when it comes to that situation. Let's have a look at his feelings as well to really unpack some of that. Feelings, guys. What are his feelings? Okay. His feeling is that a heart-to-heart conversation is worth waiting for. So he's hoping that eventually you'll change your mind and he'll be able to have a little bit of a chin wag, a good old chat with you about everything again, apologize, maybe see if there's any way that he could kind of like wiggle his way back in, to be fair. But yeah, that's pretty much it. His feelings. He got himself transferred to the border area since he is military, still away from wife, but he did that on purpose to stay away from his family. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. He's still hot and cold in that space. He doesn't really know what he wants. And it's almost like he's kind of like trying, I guess. I say trying. But he's kind of, I guess, indulging in her idea to be married. I mean, they are married, but it sounds a bit asinine, but you get it. So yeah, one question, Ari. One question. I have work in 5.5 hours. Boundaries for Shakima as well. Eventually, I'm actually going to come out of this space because of the boundaries, and it will get tight enough to the point where I won't have time for you guys. But I'm trying my best to be able to accommodate you guys as much as I can. So pick a question, and let's go for it when I come around to you. I haven't really looked into some of the stuff just yet because no, you're good, beautiful. I just have to make sure that I'm tight with my boundaries with you guys because I'm very free, and I realize the more I give, the more you guys will take. And that's no offense, it's just a people thing. But I have to also make sure that I keep my capacity of self as well. Otherwise, I'll just deplete my energy. But yeah, Mina, with the situation, he's not really sure if he's coming or going. And his dynamic in terms of how he engages and interacts with wifey is pretty much dependent on what you're basically willing to give him as far as like attention and time. He is definitely a little bit depressed about some stuff, and he's holding it in and keeping it to himself and pretending, like it has to do with other things, but it has to do with this situation because he can't really share that with anybody else as to why he's really upset. So yeah, I think there's some stuff going on where he's trying to at least patch things up so that the home situation isn't too deeply impacted. I guess by what he thinks or perceives to be a bit of a stupid decision now, but he's still hopeful. It's so funny because he's telling himself, oh, it was a stupid decision, when it comes to you, right? He's already married and all those things. But at the same time, he's only saying that as a way to be able to accept your decision or your choice. So it's really interesting. He's going through an internal battle. He's going through a bit of an internal battle when it comes to the situation. But yeah, let's have a look and see what your advice is on the situation. Okay, so let's see. What is the advice then? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. So they're saying that, there's a network, I guess, of helpful people. Right now, this situation so now maybe in the next few months, there may be some sort of opening for you guys to just, I guess, to get the proper closure, because for him, there's still no closure because he's still like holding on to the situation and hung up on the situation. So there may be an opportunity for closure yet again a few months from now. But yeah, let's hope for his sake, this is his last little closure because he's been lingering on for a minute. One thought the closure happened a while ago, but I guess he needs like definitive, like emotionally letting go as well to be able to close out this space for himself. So hopefully, when you guys are able to sort of, have that dialogue, whenever that may be, in a few months, they're sort of like saying the stars will align and it will just be something that happens organically, to be able to let the tides pass. Basically, it's how they're showing me, to let the tides pass. But I hope that that was useful for you. That part, beautiful. Right. Who have we got next? I think we've got Kayla, and then we have our girl Crystal Davies, I think. And then we've got Ari closing out the space for her, and she's going to choose her one question for me, right, Ari? No, I literally, guys, it's like 2 a.m. So I'm going to try and wrap it up quickly with these final 3 and then get my ass off to bed. Because even after I finish, okay, thank you, beautiful. Even after I finish like doing the readings for you guys, because it charges up my dome, it takes me a minute to come down as well. So I need at least a good 30 minutes or so to come down off the channels. So no, I literally have so much going on in the chat. Let me go back to the chat as well, actually, because I saw so much going on whilst I was like doing Mina's reading. Hey Valerie, you're probably not even here anymore because it's been a whole 5 minutes since you said hey. And unfortunately, free and the donation lists are closed. That's okay, beautiful. I know, I appreciate you, Mina. Yeah, I'm glad that you were able to sort of get the clarity. He's funny though. Every time I go into his space, he tickles me. Because it doesn't make sense, like in his face, like the stuff that he's doing. But when I obviously like put across to you like how he's behaving and all these things to you, obviously it makes sense because that's how he's reflecting. But in my mind, like when I go and I press that, like logically, I want to go and just clean some stuff up and be like, no, yes, yes, because there's a lot of things that's still very open-ended in his mind, which would actually help him with a lot of the confusion that he's navigating through. Kayla Tillett, let's see. We've got Kayla next, right? Oh no, Crystal and then Kayla. All right. Crystal. Okay, thank you, Crystal. I appreciate you. Which one of the questions did you choose, Ori? Let me go and store it as well. General reading. I'll pop that up for you, Crystal. And okay. Oh, sorry, Ari, I think I missed your stuff. So I noticed that I tracked a lot of okay. 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 I like that question, Ari. Okay, question number 1, and then question number 2. Let me see question number 2. I'm trying to find a common ground where I like a guy and he also likes me and we both want the same things. I also want a guy to prioritize me as much as I prioritize him. I'm tired of being treated like an option or a choice. Oh, I'm sorry, girl. Okay, then you change your question. Okay, this was the point that you changed your question. Okay. I know I sometimes you usually answer 2 of my questions. I also have another question. It's more of a yes or no though. So it's more simple. Okay. So the other one was my first question. My second question is Tony Virgo going to try to come back in and try to pursue me? Even though I turned him down, I had an off feeling about him for many different reasons. If you had an off feeling about Tony in the first place, trust your intuition. You don't even want him to come back. So we don't even need that question, girl. If you said no, your no was your spirit of discernment. Okay, so don't second guess that first and foremost. And then where are we? Are we right up to date? Okay, I think I've got your question starred then, beautiful. I think I've got your question starred. Let me go to my starred stuff. Ari. Yep, I've got your question starred. Okay. And let's go and do crystals reading. Okay. Okay. What's coming for crystal in love? Right. Unpack it. Let's talk about it first. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Have you dealt with third-party situations in the past? Question to you, Crystal. We're going to dive into some stuff. I just got to ask a question to be able to clarify and put it all into perspective. Show me. Yeah, but have you dealt with third-party situations previously? I'm single. Okay. Show me. I try not to. Okay. I'm asking because there seems to be basically that's a part of how can I put it? So that seems to be a pattern that was basically playing out to some degree before. And there's an overriding process that's going on at the minute, which is why you're single, like you said. You're overriding that pattern, and it's a case of breaking free from that dynamic. So in terms of romance, you're breaking free from third-party situations, which kind of like just kind of happens suddenly because it seems like, and I hear you saying I try not to because I think it's been situations before where you've got into something and then sort of like learn after you've sort of gotten into something that it's not as free as you think, and there might be like, occupado, and it's like the toilet's not vacant, it's engaged type thing. So yeah, I think one of the factors is that they're showing that pattern or that sequence is basically phasing out for yourself. And it's being done through conscious effort and thought. So you're sort of like asking the right questions and making sure that you sort of like have the right dynamics straight off the bat going forward, right? But yeah, girl. Okay, so what do you see happening then in terms of the dynamics? Yeah, I hear you, beautiful. I hear you. Okay, thank you. You're a little bit argumentative, my love. Work on that quality, okay? Slightly combative. Sorry, they're sort of like, I'm laughing and I'm tickled because they're sort of telling me the tea. They're like, oh yeah, she's single. But there are a few like aspects to that. That's basically why they put you on timeout in the corner, right? So these things, because there's something that you're basically praying for in terms of your counterpart, but there's certain qualities that you have that doesn't necessarily meet the vibration of the guy that you're praying for, right? And they're like, okay, yeah, she needs to be on timeout. Let's get her on thinking time for a little bit. But you are slightly combative, I guess, in relationship dynamics. You're opinionated, which is great. We love an opinion, right? But I guess sometimes the way in which it is communicated can be a little bit of a challenge. Yeah. But what they're showing in terms of the dynamics is that you are going to be going through a little bit of a overhaul, basically, a little bit of an updating process when it comes to everything. So it's going to take some time for the person to sort of come in. Yeah, give us a indicator. Timeline. Give us a timeline for the new person. Okay, so looks like the individual sort of like, I guess, starts to make their way. There's an introduction made within the next 2 to 3 months. I think you're at a place where you're able to interact. You're able to interact with them. Another thing as well, like you look for red flags. Stop it. Okay, it's great to be able to identify the red flags if they show up, but don't go looking for them. Okay. Because that's another part of the process. If you see a red flag that just so happens to be able to kind of like, let it be known that that's not something that you're looking for, great. But don't necessarily just go looking and make small things, I guess, bigger, because they're going to send the first agent, I guess, the first option in. You get about 2 to 3 options with this situation. I guess before the end of this year, throughout this year. So the first is coming in within the next couple of months, 2 to 3 months. And then as you kind of like go through your process of indecision with that situation and keep yourself open, you attract something else. And then towards the end of the year, you continue to keep yourself open. And it's not to say that like the first 2 options aren't great. I think there's a talking period. But I guess the process of getting, and that's a part of the process of elimination, right? You start talking to them and then you realize there are certain aspects that you don't necessarily like. And then it's kind of like, okay, I'm back on the, on the pull. I know, girl. That's why you get 2 to 3 this year. Every couple of months, practically at this point, every few months, I should say. You can consider it like, filing your taxes. It's like doing it on a quarterly period. But yeah, you'll get some options sort of like come through in terms of that process. And I do think that potentially the first two maybe have some sort of dynamic towards third party situations where they might just be serial dated, and that is something that you pick up on, but let it show itself to you, right? Let it show itself to you. Don't go necessarily looking per se for the red flags as such, because it will be very apparent for you to be able to see. But when they do show up, don't try and paint them yellow or green. They are full on red light zones, red light district zones, okay, where the universe is saying, no, stop, girl, stop, okay? And it's like, warning, if you go any further, this is likely to happen. So, yeah, just take heed. But yes, let's see what's the guidance, I guess, the advice for you. That part, okay? Because that's what it's like that there. You hear them, the silent whispers where they're like, stop, stop. And you're like, oh, you know that's a red light. Okay. What is the guidance then for a girl crystal? Okay, there we go. Okay. They said, call in your tribe. You don't have to do it alone. You don't have to do this live thing alone. I guess there's a person that you guys have basically decided to sort of like do this, companion stuff together, but you guys have to go through different soul unlock points, if that makes sense. So basically, there's certain levels that your soul has to unlock in order for that coming together. But you won't be alone forever. You're just working through some kinks, getting things situated, if you will. But yeah, they said, as far as the advice for you, is to call in your soul tribe. You don't necessarily have to do life alone. And even with the manifesting of this love, utilize your angels. Your team's there. They're here to support you. I hope that was useful for you, though, beautiful. Kayla, you can go ahead and post. Beautiful, you're good. You are good. And then we are going to close out with Ari. And then I'm going to come down off these thought bubbles and go and come down for a good couple of, maybe about half an hour, 40 minutes. Let's see. Okay. Girl, I drank coffee in order to stay awake. And wait, and now I can't sleep. And you know what's so funny? I know those. And you know what I do when I have panic and I put myself in those situations? On a gas one, I'll go and try and have some chamomile tea and then tell myself I'm counter manifesting. I'm like, right. But it takes a little bit of time for the chamomile to kind of like regulate like your blood levels, to be able to like get in there. But yeah. Yeah. Because I'm in chamomile, you can try. You can try some chamomile tea. See if that works. It doesn't really work for me, but I'll tell you what I do. So when I am trying to get off the bed, breathing, there's a certain breathing that you do basically to get off to sleep. If you sort of go in and slow the breathing, eventually you go off. And sometimes it works. Sometimes I'm reminding my human, I don't think it will work, girl. Listen, sometimes I'm there with my human as well, and trying to tell her, girl, it's bedtime. I told you it was bedtime 30 minutes ago. It's like putting your kids to bed, okay? sometimes when you have to navigate through the process. But yeah. Okay, Kayla. B's feelings or thoughts when we saw each other. I literally saw him unexpectedly on 3 different occasions. Okay. I guess you've got no choice. This at this point, Smara. Okay. You're up. We might as well entertain you in the meantime. All right. What's Bobby's feelings towards Kayla when they saw each other recently? What Bobby's feelings towards Kayla? Thank you. Okay, Nine of Pentacles. Okay, interesting. Okay, interesting. I think that he liked what he saw in terms of like, you know, where you are with your situation. I think he felt like, okay, she's someone who's self-sufficient. That was something that I liked about her. I liked the fact that she's direct. It was reminding him of certain, I guess, old aspects of your personality that he loved about you as well. And I guess he was reevaluating whether the chemistry is worth re-engaging. Definitely liked what he saw. Let's unpack it a little bit more to get some insight. Thank you. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. I think, yeah, they feel like potentially they aren't really too sure. Were you guys a thing before? Answer me that one. Were you guys a thing before? Because I think they're pondering on, because I'm hearing thoughts of like letting it go and questioning that process and going through a reevaluating process. So, yeah. Were you guys ever really a thing or close to becoming a thing previously in the past? Kinda, yeah. And that's why I said close to becoming a thing, because I think it was a case of like, not really, but kinda leading up to something. So I hear you on that. It was interesting because it also, again, it was a fling. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think the situation for him kind of like a situationship. Yeah, no, I figured, Mama. Looking at the dynamics of the situation, though, I think he's kind of like questioning, like, why did I kind of like let that situation go again, type thing. That was a question that I was sort of like getting. Definitely liked what he saw. Definitely liked, you know, just the way that you carry yourself as well. I think. The question on the situation is just whether or not, like, we were friends that got intimate. Okay, okay, yeah. And he likes your personality. I see why he was like, oh, why did I not take this to the next level? Why did I let it go away? Like, why did I let it get away from me, type thing. So I do get that. He's going through some of those reevaluation processes. It's interesting because I've already started talking about his thought process right before we've even gone on to the thoughts questions. But let's go and unpack it. and get a little bit more context and see what's going on in the thought space. Okay, what are his thoughts then towards Kenya? What are his thoughts towards Kenya? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. On one occasion, he saw me with my boyfriend. Yeah, awkward, awkward, awkward. Yeah. It's interesting because what I was seeing as far as like his thought process on the situation is that I guess he felt like he was a little bit heartbroken. Was it you that sort of like disconnected the situation? Answer me that question. Because I guess his thought process is that your focus was like, you know, career and like the focus wasn't necessarily on love or romance or anything like that. Or at least trying to sort of like balance things. Yeah. Yeah. Although his feelings on the situation is a why did I let her get away thing. His thought process on the situation is that he was heartbroken based on how things played out last time, and he kind of senses and feels that this time it wouldn't be, you know, any different, basically. So I guess he's rationalizing his thoughts, which is good. But his feelings are in a different place for the most part. I think you did trigger some. I think you did trigger some, I guess, insecurities on his end, because I could see that there was some self-doubt, I guess, upon meeting you at one point. I wanted more of him, but he just wanted to have sex and that's it. So I left. Good for you, beautiful. Good for you. Hiya, Subliminal Galaxy. Hiya. The free and the donation list is closed. I've been here for like almost 5 hours, basically, doing readings. I'm actually going to go to bed. I've got work in like 4 hours, basically. So sorry. Hit the notification bell, though. I try and get in here when I was on a rhythm on a weekly basis, but we'll have to sort of like wait and see because I've got so much going on in life at the minute. But I will be back soon enough, and if you're around, we can read. Okay. Thank you for stopping in there, my love. So yeah, the dynamics of the situation is that like he's rationalizing his thoughts. He's not like, you know, wanting to pursue anything just because I guess, you know, he started to think, why did I let this situation get away? He knows it wasn't victorious then, so he's maintaining the relationship dynamic now where, you know, you're not really friends anymore, really. I mean, you're friendly, but you're not really friends. So oh, Valerie, I really am exhausted. You won't get your best from me. I'm sorry, but it really is just one of those things, especially with you donating as well. If you want to donate and put your question out or send me your question with your donation, and I'll do you a mini read, and then I'll be able to, I guess, send that over. I guess connect with me on Instagram or something if you want to do something like that. But I'm definitely finishing up for the night. 15 channels is a lot for my body to even sort of like navigate, considering I was even having digestion issues, as it were. But with the video readings, we don't get the back and forth, which is what I love. That's why I like coming into these spaces and doing the live readings with you guys. So just bear that in mind. If not, you can always wait till next week, I think. Yeah, I'm actually going to go live on Friday. Yeah, I'm going live on Friday, guys, actually. I've already started to work it out in my schedule because I'm trying to get back into a rhythm on here. Yeah, so maybe tune in then. And let's see, Kayla, what is the advice for you? And let's close out that space. What is the advice for our girl, Kayla? Okay. What do you guys advise her to do with the beads? Thank you. Okay. It's very clear, loud and clear. Just let it go. In the words of Elsa, let it go, let it go. Yeah, let it go. Literally, whenever I have situations going on and that word comes out, I do a full-on skit in my house. Okay, just like Elsa. You should see me in my imaginary snow castle while I'm letting it go. Okay, but yes, that is the real tea. Let it go. There's nothing there. It's already been done. It's over, I guess, and there's not really much that can be rehashed from it. So it served its time and purpose. But yeah. I hope that was useful for you. Dude. That one tickled me. Okay. Alright, Mama, we are finally on to you. You are the last read tonight. Are you still here? Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Finally, good manifesting as well. You know, you guys pushed me. I managed to get 15 in tonight. That's usually I get in about 13 and 15 in between the time that I usually do, not even expanding the time. That's a lot. So I did well. This was a good optimization process. And considering we had about 20 minutes of downtime trying to figure out the list, this was good. So I'm going to try and do more moving forward and try and expand the list, basically. Oh, no, you're good, Ari. You're good. I've got your question, actually. I popped it here. Yeah. I popped it here. There you go. Got your question, girl. So I noticed that I attract a lot of players who just want hookups. Why can't I be the girl that makes them want to settle down and be better and not just the one of the many girls that they want to use? Okay, we're going to sort of pull some cards on this. Come on, guys. What do you guys see with that aspect of the situation? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Right, beautiful. So part of the situation that they're showing me is that you yourself tends to be a little bit open, just in general, like even if you would kind of like start to get to know someone or whatever, you're easily bored as well. Just being honest, that's what they said. They said that that's a part of the issue in finding someone for you as well, because they have to be like high energy to some degree, or at least be able to like maintain managing your high energies. Otherwise, you get bored. So it's a little bit of a question in terms of how those dynamics of situations kind of play out. But yeah, I think from what I could see with the situation as well, there's a little bit of indecision. Yeah, the same question. I guess Mara feels like she's navigating the same sort of like dynamics in terms of the guys that sort of like keeps coming in. But yeah, this was definitely make note, and we'll sort of like unpack that on in your particular situation next time as well, Samara, because I think it's always interesting and good for us to sort of like understand how we are sort of like playing out some of these cycles as well. But they're saying also you also are quite indecisive, my love, which is why there's an aspect where you sort of like get these people that are indecisive themselves. It's just that, well, I was about to say their reason for sort of like being the way that they are seems to be more shallow than yours, but they're saying, to be fair, the shallow kind of like meets shallow, to be fair. So they settle with less attractive girls at all spaces in the end for some reason. Yeah, they're a little bit less spicy, I guess. Sometimes the spice is a lot. And that's what I was saying to Ari in terms of like her instance, like she's high energy. And sometimes it's a lot for a guy to be able to sort of like maintain, being able to kind of like maintain her high energy and be a stimulus for her as well. So then she gets bored quite easily in that regards if they're not able to sort of like maintain that dynamic and interaction for her as well. So yeah, even for the guys, I think the guys that are sort of like coming in, again, it's just kind of like reflecting one's own indecision as well. Yeah. They sleep with the pretty ones, yet settle for the less attractive ones. Yeah, because the less attractive ones, as far as they sort of like see it, isn't going to be as much of an issue. We keep them accountable, and that doesn't help. To some degree, yes, because majority of men, and particularly because society has basically said that it's okay up until now, because we're asking for differently now, but they've never had to really sort of like be accountable, even though one's been asking for them to be accountable for the longest. They've never really had to. The dynamics of like societal, the patriarchy of society kind of like has given them the opportunity to be able to shy away from certain things like accountability. So there are men out there now, and I have to say men because boys don't want the accountability, which means that they themselves are pretty much, sometimes you deal with man-child, like those types of dynamics. That's what you'd be dealing with in a dynamic of somebody who appears to be an adult person, an adult male on the outside, but technically has the emotional capacity of their 3-year-old self or their 5-year-old self, which makes them incapable of accountability because they still hadn't necessarily learned how to be comfortable with being accountable as a child. So you deal with man-child dynamics, and they're never accountable for anything that they do. They tend to be quite narcissistic in their tendencies. A lot of the times when we talk about narcissism, it's actually underdeveloped humans, underdeveloped adults, I should say, who has a lot of emotional irregulation, imbalances. So yeah. But back to your space, Ari, on the question, a lot of that is kind of like reflecting a little bit of your own tendency to move on fairly quickly as well. They said that, like, their reasoning to you might seem a lot more shallow as far as them wanting to move on, but technically they're just reflecting the same trait that you have in terms of like your decision making process. And sometimes your decision making process can be quite shallow as well. They said sometimes a person can basically be taken out of the race for like little things like physical appearances, which is why some of the stuff that you yourself has navigated through, or the blockers or the resistances that you have, the universe mirrors that. You know, you have certain physical attributes that they must have. Therefore, a lot of the people that you are seeking has that desire. Their person needs to have certain physical attributes. We've spoken about some of those aspects as well. This particular dynamic that they're seemingly speaking to me about right here is basically your tendency to be indecisive. And not necessarily being all the way clear about what it is that you absolutely want. And when I say not being all the way clear, so basically it's like, oh, I want a person that has this, but then, you know, the priority list, basically. That's probably the best way that I can put it. Say, for instance, you're saying, oh, I want a man who's going to be thoughtful and caring, but that man is 5'9". And then he's out the race because he's 5'9". But he's the man that's going to be thoughtful and caring, but he missed the opportunity to show you just how thoughtful and caring he is because he wasn't the right height. Do you see what I'm saying? And I use that one as an example because they're saying that that has personally happened before with someone that they've sent through and he was 5'9" and he didn't get past. And he did have some of the attributes that you asked for. So they're saying, like, with a lot of the stuff that you're navigating, it's the knowing what is of priority. So maybe you have the list, which is the ideal, right? And that is the list of perfection. This is perfectly what I would like. And it's not a case of settling, but it is a case of compromising. So if someone, for instance, does come in and they might not necessarily be the, for instance, the 5'9" guy, I guess. He was 5'9" and 3/4, by the way, is what they're saying to me. He was 5'9" and 3/4. And he I know, but this is why I'm trying to sort of like help you out. I'm sure I can find a tall guy who's thoughtful and caring. You can, but it's going to take more time. So this is where I was trying to go with the process, right? You're sort of like, oh, I want this. And then they'll present something to you as an option. But when you decline that option, then it's going to take some time again for the universe to go and find another who has the components of what it is that you're asking for. So those things you can't necessarily take too personal as far as like you having to be patient because they provided options. They just weren't the option that you wanted or the option that you decided to take. So now you've got to wait, right? And then like just some of the other factors that you kind of like navigate through, a lot of that is to do with basically just your process of picking. For the guys that don't end up sort of like, you know, wanting to be with you, that's a part of their process. They're not looking for anything serious. They're not looking for anything committed because it's the world that we live in today. Unfortunately, it's easy access, particularly for men, especially since Instagram is now a thing. Okay, we now live in the land of the thotties. Hashtag 2024 humans. I say it all the time. But yeah, that's the reality that we live in. Not too much nonchalant, but a romantic, sappy guy would be nice. Yeah. He needs to be someone romantic at least. Yeah, well, see, these are some of the things. These are some of the things, girl, some of the things. But the real reason why it's a struggle to basically like find someone per se is the indecision they've sort of like put across, amongst other things. But the indecision is the main thing that is basically like, you know, causing options to have to come in. Yeah, I do wish I can get what I want right away. Don't worry, girl. That's a human thing. We love instant gratification. We want to live in a constant state of euphoria. And so the human is, the soul's a little bit more realistic, I guess, just in terms of like how it constructs its reality, and also the soul's here to work. Whereas the human wants to be on one of this like cocktails and sunshines. Okay. Girl, I'm confused. Should we have sex when they ask it? I thought I should avoid hiccups, but the last one, gee, really confused me. Well, see, this is the thing. When it comes to the hookup situation, because for some men, that's how they catch feelings, basically. They catch feelings through intimacy. A lot of men, they don't have the emotional intellect to be able to get to know you and fall in love with you. They have sex with you, figure out if they like that, and if they want to keep doing that, then they decide to go and catch feelings. Does that make sense? And it sounds so backwards, but unfortunately, we have like completely messed up these men. When I say we, I don't mean us as the females, I mean this patriarchy of society. So their ability to sort of like process their emotions, they're very far behind, and that like it's almost non-existent before mid-20s, to be fair. They don't know much of anything about themselves, unfortunately. And a lot of it is just trying to figure it out. It's part of me being physically attracted to a guy. They have to be at least, they have to at least be tall enough to tower over me, and I won't be as drawn to him, or I won't be. Yeah, well, I get you, beautiful. I know they said they've presented an option before, and he wasn't tall enough, so he didn't meet the mark. But that's why they're sort of saying to you that it's not that you don't have anybody, it's that you've had options, you've declined those options, so you have to wait for the next probable option to be presented to you. That's just how that works. They keep presenting options based on every time you add something new to the list, basically. They try and present somebody who maybe meets that thing, but they don't have everything. And that's the thing you have to find when the people come in, the people that they sort of like bring in, when they come in, if, you know, they don't have everything, you have to figure out what are the right compromises that you're willing to deal with. How do we recognize these men, though? What do you mean? And not just that, I kind of want my kids, more so my sons, to get the tall gene. Girl, I hear you, because trust me, if you think that you don't want a short man now, imagine there'll be no girls wanting your son. Okay, that's how that works. I'm just gonna have to apologize to my kid from now, because I'm 4'9". Like, okay. And I get that the genes can kind of like go either way, but my partner is Asian as well. He's about 5'10". So yeah. The ones that catch feelings through intimacy from these that just play. Okay. So the ones that catch feelings through intimacy, you're going to know them based on their upbringing. So if you sort of like get to know a little bit more, so if their parents are still together, if they are used to seeing a two-parent home, or if they're used to seeing like two-parent situations and dynamics unconsciously, that is what they want. They're just navigating through basically the wiring of how we've wired the men to be now in society. So they have to navigate through that first, but unconsciously, they're looking for the committed monogamous situation. So if you do find yourself sort of in a situation where you're getting to know somebody and their situation is that, you know, they come from like a two-parent sort of like situation, or they're used to sort of like having this dynamic where they are used to seeing monogamous situations, then it's easier for them to override that societal wiring, right? Through the process of the intimacy, and then through the intimacy they'll kind of like find themselves catching feelings, and then through the catching of feelings they would revert to the default, the subconscious, which is, I want this, what I've seen, monkey see monkey do, I want this, what I've seen. And then they start to be able to sort of like create that, right? And sometimes even when, okay, so sidebar as well, sometimes when they haven't necessarily sort of like had that per se, and they are seeking it as well, they might make mistakes along the way. And I think that there has to be, I'm not going to say a certain level of leniency, because I don't want to sort of like have situations where narcissists take, you know, I guess they abuse the grace, I guess, of giving a person time to be able to grow into themselves. But it's about using the right discernment to basically decide, okay, did this person sort of really learn? Are they willing to grow? Can I work with them? Am I willing to be patient with their growing process, basically, type thing. And some people learn at different paces than others as well. And if a person is constantly around people as well who likes to basically who likes to be in casual relationships as well, chances are they're on some F-boy stuff, to be fair, and it's just the way that it is. So those you definitely want to, because birds of a feather and all that lot flock together, they share the same vibrational frequency, so they have a similar belief system. So F-boy energy, it's a group experience, my love, okay? But, okay, so F-boys later on, past the age of 27, are a little bit more prone towards relationships as opposed to situationships. Beyond 30s can be a lot more susceptible, but they have a lot more, if they're past the 30s and they are still in that space of casual relationships, they might have a lot more old behavior habits that would need to be purged. So they've just become used to basically this thought life, for lack of a better way of putting it. So that's just something to sort of like keep in mind as well. Okay. The same with short guys. If I have a short son, he would most likely have a harder time with dating. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's like, oh my God, I want me a short man. No, they ain't doing that. And if they are, the population of that is very, very short, and like a small demographic. Okay, Ari said, I don't mind having short or average height daughters. I would still love my daughter if she's tall. But tall girls tend to have a harder time finding a guy, exactly. So you gotta find the right sort of like balance as well. Not always, but most of the time, yeah. It's a challenge, because then they usually want someone taller than them, and it's a challenge for them to find someone taller than themselves as well. 6'4", 6'5" is the ideal height, but it's okay if he's a bit shorter. 6'2", 6'3", 6'1" and a half even. Okay. So, okay, we read that one. He would have to be really cute for me to compromise on him being slightly shorter than 6'1". Oh, I hate you, beautiful. But 5'9", 5'10" is where I draw the line. Even if they're a cutie. Okay, well, that's good to know, right, guys? You guys have got some stuff to work with. Ari's like working at finding the right compromises for herself. I think that this is the thing as well, babe. If you find the right compromises as well, like when they present you options, you might actually find someone that you can like, because I know you want to do the whole relationship thing for a little bit, and like you guys like, do little couples goals things together and stuff like that. So I think if you have the right compromises that you're willing to sort of like compromise on as they bring you these opportunities, then you can kind of like work from there as well. And honestly, like literally, I communicate with my guides about everything. So if there's something you do like or you don't like half the time, like for instance, I do like calls, for instance, at work. If I have a really good conversation, as soon as I get off the phone to that person, I'm like, oh guys, that was a really dope conversation. Give me more of those types of people. Wherever they're at, bring their frequencies and let them know I'm open to conversing. So just little things like that. I'm using that as an example to sort of say, like, you can do that for day-to-day things when it comes to this. You see a guy, oh, I like his eyes, guys. Put that on the list. Oh, I like that haircut. Guys, put that on the list. Do you see what I'm saying? And eventually, they'll find the right person, and send him in. Thanks for that insight. I was really confused. No, you're good, beautiful. Thank you for asking the question. I guess this is why you're still up, right? You do know that I fucked up with Jada. Yeah, I know his parents. They liked me once. Yeah. I think that with G, you had your own like scarring basically from the F-boy tendencies, which he showed some of those traits, but that's not who he is like at the core of his being. So he was able to unlearn, and still is, I guess, to some degree able to unlearn some of those things, but it has to be the right sort of situation for him to be able to sort of like commit to it. And again, his mum potentially is not as spicy as you are, beautiful. So it's easier for him to identify with something like that. Because a lot of the times as well, we got to work on ourselves to be able to the things that we want. Because again, we get what we are, not necessarily what we want per se. We get whatever frequency we're vibrating at. So yeah, I think that if you find the right compromises and put it out there and stay open to the options that are presented to you guys, don't worry. For you, Smara, G will be like the catalyst that brought you the love of your life, basically. Like you went on this whole process of learning and growing and evolving that made you the right fit for whoever this other counterpart of you is going to be, right? And same for you, Ari. Like you'll find the right compromise for yourself where you can get the experience that you want. Let's see, what's the advice for a girl, Ari? Before we go, what do you guys advise her? As quickly as I can. Okay. They said, as far as the advice for you, there isn't necessarily abundance, okay, in terms of like the dynamics that you're looking for. There's not a lot of people, basically, in terms of the very specific specifications that you're looking for. So there will be situations where it's not a yes, and you may have a tendency to be very quick with the no. So they're saying sort of get more information before you say no, because each time you say no to something, that closes off another option or another opportunity for something. So just before you say entirely no, get a little bit more information and then weigh up all the dynamics of the situation. And then be clear with them in terms of communicating why it's a no and what you'd like in place of that as well. Yeah. We as women, are we attracting our mother or our father as a partner? So it depends. For myself, my situation is very, very complicated. But I've attracted, because my dad was like absentee, I've attracted my mom and dad. A lot of, where I say my mom and dad, my mom was the dad that I experienced in my dad's absence. So a lot of the guys that showed up actually had some of my mom's tendencies, because she was my surrogate dad, basically, because she was playing daddy at the same time at points where my dad was absentee. So I see like lots of even different traits of her in like my partner, and I'm like, damn, it's like, it's okay. So I work through those things with my mum. And then I also, kind of update my partner in terms of where I am on some of those things. I've honestly never liked a guy to the point where I wanted to compromise on physical attractive and liked them mainly for their personality. Well, this might just be an opportunity to challenge yourself to get to know somebody, because they said a part of the reason why you are dealing with this dynamic is because of shallow tendencies or shallow reasoning. Basically, give it an opportunity to maybe get some more insight, and you might be able to find the right compromises. That's going to give you the opportunity to see, I guess, whether or not you've got the right options coming in for you as well. I try to attract someone like my dad, but expect of J or the others were like my mum. Yeah. It can be a little bit like convoluted, to be fair, because sometimes I have to like look and see which parts of like my mum is like reflecting and my partner, what parts of my dad is reflecting. It can be a lot, to be fair, but just being intentional. You said that you're sort of like you was open to attracting someone like your dad. Stay open. That means like when the person shows up, like you stay open. When you feel your ego contracting, it's usually letting you know that there's some element of fear around, and that's just an opportunity for your consciousness to grow and expand beyond that fear as well. So yeah, that's what I'd say on that. But I'm gonna love you guys and leave you guys. That has been me tonight. And damn, almost $5. Not bad. We got 15 in tonight, so that is progress if you ask me. We're moving. But I think these are some really good questions, and I'm glad that you guys asked some of these questions, because sometimes we're manifesting certain things and it doesn't always sort of like pan out how we hope. Like I said, I've been with my partner for like 13 years and we're still learning stuff. Okay. And I've known him since he was a kid and vice versa. Okay. So it's just one of those things. But this was a good one. I think as you guys kind of like go through the process of seeing options come up, you can decide. I think you as well, Smara, when you see the options sort of like present themselves, and if there's something that you do or you don't like, and I think this is another thing for me with myself, when I sort of like got with my partner and we were sort of like in the process of getting to know each other, I didn't like everything about him, and the things that I didn't like about him I prayed about. I found him to be like slightly arrogant. I prayed about it. I told God why I don't like it and what I could see within him and where that arrogance may be stemming from, and like all of those things. I basically, after that, like, and now it's a case of, that's not a factor. There's not really arrogance there per se, but it shows up in certain situations. It's just not as prevalent as before. I don't think I can like somebody mostly for their personality, but maybe the universe will prove me wrong. Well, beautiful. That right there, I'm gonna like remove the comment as well whilst I think that right there is potentially, so how you were navigating through the dynamics of like the guys that you like and them not necessarily liking you, and then also sort of like physical appearance kind of like being a factor. That again, that right there, that statement is your reasoning. Basically, the universe is reflecting to you what you are, not necessarily what you want. So where you are resistant to basically liking somebody or giving somebody the time of day beyond just their physical appearance, so too are you meeting those same resistances from other individuals that are vibrating on that same frequency, right? And if you want to have somebody who wants to be attracted just beyond the physical appearance, you yourself have to be open to vibrating on that frequency. I'm going to love you and leave it there for you guys on that little side note right there. Hey, Arisha, we're actually just sort of like finishing up the space. It's the bewitching hour here, 3 a.m. And I have work in like 4.5 hours. So yeah. But yeah, sorry. But now I regret it. What did he say, Slora? G never did what he was saying, and that always made me mad. I couldn't deal with that, but now I regret it. Yeah, maybe your patience would have been the catalyst to provide him with enough grace to change that quality of his, because it's just a character flaw. Sometimes we get so irritated by people's character flaws, but we all have them, you know. Everybody's is just however they need to grow in this lifetime. So, you know, sometimes we got to give a little bit more grace in places and find the right boundaries in other places, no doubt, but definitely give the right grace in places. On that note, though, this has been a lovely catch up with you guys. It was nice to be able to come into this space as well. It's been so long. I'm going to try not to make it so long again. I'm going to be back here on Friday. I think I put it down on my schedule on a mental note. So hopefully I'll see you guys on Friday and we can sort of have a little bit of a catch up on the week then. Okay, let's do a little theme tune sign out, outro, that part.
Things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
All right, guys, this has been awesome, and I'll catch you guys on Friday. Lots of love. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Keep being dope, guys. We've got lots to come for 2024 and beyond.